An advisory body chartered under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as FACA, which means that all of our meetings are open to the public and all meeting materials are available online on EPA's EFAB website. And I believe all members have a pointer to that website. Members of the public are always encouraged to submit comments on matters that are being considered by EFAB for consideration by the members as the board develops its advice and recommendations to EPA. And per this meeting's Federal Register notice that we published, oral statements may be provided during the public comment period scheduled for 3:45 p.m. Mountain Time this afternoon, and also around the same time tomorrow afternoon. We have so far 6 speakers lined up, signed up to give oral statements, and 3 of the speakers will be here in person, which is really a delight for us to actually see somebody in person. And individuals who are providing oral statements, as you all know, by practice for this committee, will be limited to 3 minutes time to give statements. And also wanted to point out that 4 written comments were provided in advance, and it was already shared with all of you. They came in at the end of last week, so it was shared with you last night. And for those in the audience, as well as members who have not had an opportunity to review those comments, they'll be posted also on the EPA website. This meeting will run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Mountain Time today and tomorrow. It is being recorded also, not just being streamed live, but recorded. And a meeting summary, as is always required, will be available for the public on EPA's EFAB website within 90 days of this meeting. We've always done better than 90 days, so you won't be waiting that long. Finally, I just want to say that we have a really incredibly packed 2 days, and we all know that all of this just doesn't happen with a snap of a finger. So I want to just take this time to specifically thank Tara Johnson. There she is over there, and Andrew Nguyen, and Sandy Williams for their tremendous work. And many of you who are on work groups, and you guys have had seamless travel and even seamless coming into the meeting this morning, know all of the detailed and great support work that we've had from our colleagues who are sitting with us today. Now, benefits of obviously also of the hybrid meetings are really clear, right? We now have more public participation in our meetings via webcast, which also improves the transparency of your deliberations for this group. But it also requires significant video and web production. So I want to also thank our contractor colleagues who put all the audio visual as well as the webcast together, and hopefully I keep my fingers crossed always that the technology won't fail us, but it won't be because of the great colleagues who put this together. And our contractor who are here are from Endina, so I want to thank them as well. Thanks in advance for that. And one more thing is that I think I'm going to turn over to you for a logistical matter for this evening, right?
Yeah, Sandy, for those of us who are coming to dinner tonight, Sandy has asked in your folder is a menu selection. So if this morning you could fill that out, leave it on right in front of your place, and Sandy will pick it up at the next break. We look forward to seeing you tonight.
And just one final thing logistically is that there are cameras that is going to turn to you as you speak on your microphone. So please make sure also for our web audience, make sure your microphone's on when you're when it's your turn to speak. And when you're finished, if you could please turn it off so that the camera will move to the next person. That would be just fantastic. Thank you for that. And with that, I will now gavel in this meeting for our October meeting and turn it over to our chair, Carrie O'Neill. The meeting will come to order.
Thank you, Ed. Welcome, everybody. It's really great to be in person for those of you that could join us, and looking forward to those of you who are on the line. So we're going to do the roll call. Just get right to it because we have such a packed agenda, and we're going to mix it up today. And we're going to do it by first name as opposed to last name. And so if folks could acknowledge that they're here or not. Albert Cho, who I believe is joining late, virtually and late. Angela Montoya Brickmont. Ashley Allen Jones. Barry Hirsch. It's supposed to be virtual, okay. Colleen Kokas, who is going to be here tomorrow, not here today. Courtney Black. Great, thank you.
Oh, I think you have to push the button to get there's a silver button to get to the microphone.
And it'll be red when it's on. Craig Rinkovich. Craig Holland.
Here.
Cynthia Kohler.
Here.
Hi, Cynthia. Dave Wagner.
Here.
David Zimmer.
Morning, Carrie. Good morning, Ed. Did you hear me? I'm
Ted
here.
Hennepin is not going to be here. Eric Hangen.
Here.
Eric Rosting.
Here.
And by the way, if I mispronounce somebody's name, please do correct me. George Kelly. Gwen Yamamoto Lau. Here. Gwen Keys Fleming. Supposed to be joining virtual, maybe not here yet. Janet Clements. Here. Jeff Deal.
Present.
Johan Landau.
Here. Good morning.
Great, Joanne. Carrie O'Neill is here. Lawrence Lujan.
Present.
Great, did I pronounce your name correctly?
It's Luhan.
Lujan.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
And I skipped over Dennis Randolph.
Here.
It's not intentional. Scroll too fast. Apologies. Lori Collins. Here. Margot Kane is joining late this morning. Marilyn Waite is, I believe, also joining late this morning. Mariana Peavy. Present. Matt Brown.
I'm here, thanks.
Great. Phyllis Garcia. Here. Sanjeev Sinha.
Present.
Sonia Favors. It's tentative, looks like not joining. Stacy Brown.
Here.
Great. Steve Bonafonte.
Here as well, thank you.
It's nice. Quiet still on the line. Ted Chapman.
Present.
Tom Carroll.
Present.
Yeah, we can't hear.
The folks on the line. And Bill Stannard.
Here.
And Zach Davidson. Who's going to be virtual. All right, that does our roll call. That sound for the folks on the line. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ed, and we'll get on with our agenda.
Good morning again. And I am, yes, actually, please do.
All right. Sorry about that. The Carrie and Ed show. We're getting our groove together this morning. So today we are going to be hearing from Ed on news from the DFO perspective. And then before we do that, we're going to have a welcome from Casey Becker from Region 8 and hear what's going on in the region that's hosting us. And then something I know many of us are excited about, the EPA Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights will be making a presentation about their work. And then we're going to be getting an update on from EPA senior management on all the, really big things going on at EPA and where the focus areas are for the agency. We'll be doing lunch on our own today, and then after lunch, we'll be moving into the discussion of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund charge, which we formed a work group at our last meeting. So we'll have our EPA partners tee up that charge and the current thinking around that. We'll have a discussion around that, and then we'll move on to the two work groups that are finishing up their work and have a discussion on the final and a vote on the final work product for the opportunity zones and the pollution prevention work groups. And then we'll move on to public comment and adjourn for the day. And for those of you who haven't had a chance yet, please do preview the agenda for tomorrow. We'll be talking more about the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund charge. We'll be talking about potential charges from the Office of Water. They've given us a lot to chew on. And then we'll be discussing some of the other charges that the board had expressed interest in at prior meetings. So tomorrow will be a big day for us to decide what and how we're going to work on in the coming months. So I think that's it.
And just to echo what Carrie said, tomorrow is really a decisional day on many of our products. So it would be really good to, I would encourage not only review of materials, but all of you to connect this evening to discuss the decisions tomorrow. Well, I'm here to introduce our featured speaker this morning, I have to say. And one of my favorite cities to come to now lately is primarily also because of the person sitting next to me. And I could not think of a way to describe her. I usually like to describe with a phrase, but I would say that Casey Becker, and she was appointed by President Biden. Region 8 serves states of Colorado, Montana, North Dakota, many meetings and many locations. She served in the Colorado State Legislature for 4 terms, including 2 years as House Majority Leader and 2 years as the Speaker of the House. And as I understand at the time, she was only one of 7 female speakers in the entire United States. So a huge accomplishment, a huge recognition. And during her time, relevant for our discussions, during her time in the legislature, she also sponsored incredibly important legislation to reduce greenhouse gases in Colorado, and led a comprehensive reform of Colorado's regulation of the oil and gas sector here as well. And finally, I just want to say I have to end with a funny note. And the funny note is that she's also incredibly funny and fun to hang out with. And if you don't already know her, I hope you'll get a chance to know her very soon, and probably not today. So I'm not sure you're going to hang out with us, but Casey Becker.
Thanks, Ed. Thanks, everyone, for having me, and welcome to Region 8. As Ed mentioned, Region 8 is 6 states: Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, and South Dakota. And I thought I'd just give you a little flavor of our region at EPA. But before I do, I have to say, as a regional administrator, you go around and you travel across the region and meet with various groups. And this one is especially exciting for me because usually when people read my bio, they know that I was an environmental lawyer, natural resources lawyer, and then I left practicing law and I became a city council member in Boulder, and then I ran for the legislature. But usually at my EPA bio, I leave out that in between that time, I left practicing law and I went and got a degree in real estate finance and development, and here nearby, University of Denver. And I just wanted to do something really different. I ended up writing pro formas and doing feasibility analysis for a very large real estate developer in Denver. And it was in 2008, I was laid off with the rest of the country that worked in real estate. And I had an 8-week-old baby, and I just started paying attention to local politics at that time and ended up running for city council. And so it's always hard to get laid off. And I'm actually very grateful that I was laid off, because I ended up going, once again in a very different direction. So everything finance and everything environment are really what my entire career has been on. As a legislator, I worked on a lot of environmental legislation and a lot of finance legislation, like pension reform and dealing with Colorado's structural issues with its budget and a lot of really fun stuff. So I'm just going to give you a little overview of Region 8. It's the second largest of EPA's regions by total land area, but it's the very smallest in terms of population. We have about 12 million people that live in this entire region. So it's very, very rural. About 50% of Region 8 is classified as 100% or completely rural, and about 93% of the cities in Region 8 have a population of less than 10,000. These are communities that don't have a lot of staff, that don't have a lot of expertise in their communities, that are really spread out from things like good contractors, good engineers, a lot of talent. The region is very arid or semi-arid, but we are also the headwaters of most of the major rivers in the entire United States. We're the headwaters for the Colorado River, the Missouri River, the Columbia, the Rio Grande, the Arkansas, the Platte. They all start in Region 8. So that those headwaters end up supplying water to most of the United States, 40 million people just from the Colorado River alone. We also have 28 tribal nations, and also in very rural, very remote places. And I just want to paint a little picture. Earlier this year, I went to Browning, Montana, which is the home of the Blackfeet Reservation. And when you drive to Browning, you cross over the most beautiful national park, Glacier National Park. It's stunning. And then you get to the other side of the mountains, and it's dry as can be. And there's one hotel that's a casino, might be a few oil and gas workers there. And then you drive into the town, and it's burnt out after burnt out mobile home. The mobile homes that are still occupied are usually covered in a tarp with waste tires on top, so that any leaks, that's how they will address the leaks, or that's how they keep heat in. But most of the mobile homes are burnt out because either meth, or either because they've actually taken some heat source like firewood and brought it into their mobile home. There are stray dogs everywhere. It's as poor as poor can be. And we go, and we're talking about water infrastructure and all the available resources through the bipartisan infrastructure law. And they're thinking, great, but we don't have the technical expertise. We don't have the staff to implement this. We don't have the folks to apply for grants. The challenges are so fundamental and basic that even with all these resources, there's just a huge gap between what we have to offer and what they can get done. So 28 tribal nations, not all of them are paint that same picture, but I do think it's an important picture to share. This region is very agricultural. Where most of the state's ag is the number 1 or 2 economy in the state. Energy also is a prime economic driver in these states. Region 8 also has about 68% of the Office of Natural Resource Revenue's onshore royalty revenue that's produced from federal lands and in Indian country. So that's a revenue generator for the country. Also, recreation is a big part of our region. 22 million acres of land are tribally owned or held in trust in Region 8. The Region 8 has developed a partnership with 7 federal agencies to specifically identify tools and funding available to address drinking water, wastewater, and solid waste with tribes, but that in our region are some of the biggest issues we face. The impacts from climate change are very real in Region 8. The length of wildfire season has extended. We have hotter, longer wildfires. You may remember that the town that next to where I live burnt up December 30th, 1,000 homes destroyed. The fact that we had a fire in December that burnt 1,000 homes is stunning. Huge increases in ground level ozone in the region as the metro areas grow. And then big extreme weather events, decline in snowpack, which of course affects our recreation economy. And then from a water perspective, obviously huge decreases in the amount of available water. And then we're seeing a lot of rise in the harmful algal blooms in reservoirs across the region. So the bipartisan infrastructure law, though, is a huge and exciting opportunity. The region staff that have been there forever always talk about we've just never had these kind of resources before, and it's really exciting. And I just wanted to share, though, that with this amazing opportunity, there are challenges, and I'm just going to share a little bit about that. Providing on the ground and real-time technical assistance to communities is a top priority. Again, because we're very rural, because they're really small towns, they need not only money, but they need the technical assistance to implement it. Again, the issues with having the manpower and expertise to utilize this money. And then one of the big things is grant fatigue. These really small towns are like, this is great, but I'm so overwhelmed by this grant and that grant and apply for that and this money's available. It's hard to know where to go for the funding, what the different buckets are, which is the right bucket for you. The best resource really is whitehouse.gov, but for whatever reason, that's an intimidating place for people to really go to. We've also heard some reluctance in the region from groups that could apply for this funding because they said, I know the Inspector General is just going to come after us and we have to decide if that's worth the effort. We heard that up in Wyoming where they said, we're nervous, we're going to dot an I wrong. And you guys have these 200 new IG people you're hiring, and that just makes us a little nervous. We aren't saying we want to do it, that just let us do it wrong, but we're worried about any clawbacks or things like that. They really want a simple process. They want coordination amongst the federal agencies, so it's easier for small communities to be able to find the right resources for them. It's really frustrating when I say, oh, yes, I'm here talking to the oil and gas directors in Utah, and you all want to know about plugging and abandoning wells, but that's Department of Interior. That's not us. And they're like, well, just help us. Obviously, just like the federal government is having challenges as we try to implement the bipartisan infrastructure law because we have to hire people to do that. Same with all these local communities. They have to, the state departments of environmental quality have to hire people, and then they're trying to find the contracting resources. So hiring is a challenge for us, but also the entities that we're working with. For some communities in this region, they might have private water systems, and the bipartisan infrastructure law resources mostly don't work for private water systems. So mobile home parks obviously generally have private water systems, and these resources aren't available to them. So some of our most impacted resources just are not available. One of the exciting things about this administration and the resources coming to the agency is there's a huge focus, as you're going to hear later, on environmental justice. And that's really, really exciting. We're doing a lot of outreach into EJ community saying, what are your needs? We also hear from the community about meeting fatigue. Great, we're glad to get this attention. Now this agency and this agency and this agency and this office of this agency and this office and this office are asking for our input, and that just takes time. The final challenge I'll bring to you is these are incredible resources, incredible times that are going to make real difference in communities. And some of them are saying, fantastic, that we can build this new water infrastructure or address this brownfield. At the end of the day, though, we don't have the resources after that, the O&M that's necessary to maintain that system, or don't have the capacity to take that next step. So things the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act aren't going to be the end. They're going to be the beginning. So those are a lot of my comments about this region. Welcome again. And then the things that we're hearing at EPA as we're really engaging with communities in an unprecedented way to really help build infrastructure and make a difference in people's everyday lives. So that's what I have to share. Thanks for having me.
Now, I know this is unscheduled, but since we're way ahead of time, perhaps you could take a question or two or
Sure.
comments. Or now that I said it, someone should raise their hand because
I'll ask a question. Have you considered, just in this gap between the government resources and people being able to implement, is there a role for nonprofits to help bridge that gap?
There may be. I think it really depends on that individual pot of money, or that what this statute is. And I don't know necessarily all the details. In some cases, the government, the state agency may be the recipient, the local government, the tribe, and then sometimes it is a nonprofit that is a grantee. So yes, it just depends on how that statute is written. And then it depends on if those groups even exist in some of these areas, right? That may be the case. There's so much more capacity in Colorado, where about half the population of Region 8 is, versus, Wyoming, where there's about, I'm going to say 700,000 people. Actually, it's like 600,000 people. There just aren't even those entities to really help bridge that gap. But in some cases, absolutely. I think definitely in the brownfields arena, less so in the water infrastructure space.
George.
Good morning, and thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. And you mentioned how rural Region 8 is, and you also mentioned environmental justice. And I know we're evaluating some scenarios under the Greenhouse Gas Fund, for example, on definitional issues in the rural context. And I'd love to hear your thoughts about how that applies, because a lot of folks look at it only in an urban kind of context, and I want to hear that. The second thing is O&M. And this gets to the heart of some of the delivery mechanisms, like can you build O&M into performance-based contracting, where that is actually not something that is left for another day?
Yeah, so the speakers you're going to have later are fantastic about everything EJ. And I think the focus on environmental justice is so needed and a long time coming. When we talk about EJ in our region, we talk about just addressing the most underserved communities. And that looks different in this region than it does in a more urban area. The EJ Screen is an EPA tool that helps you evaluate what are the most burdened communities. And the way EJ Screen was originally put together, our region, there was almost nothing that would rank, because the impacts that our region has, they might be food deserts, right? Again, in Browning, Montana, there's a teeny grocery store that is like empty shelves. But that wasn't necessarily something that showed up on EJ Screen. EJ Screen really talked about lead-based pipes. One of the factors was lead-based pipes, but in this region, lead-based pipes might be an issue, like in Denver, but in some of these communities, they're lucky if they have any, you know, updated drinking water system at all. Or, you know, there's a community in Utah right now that has absolutely no connection to any working water system. So, you know, lead-based pipe is like, oh my gosh, it's the least of their concerns. So those were the factors that the EJ screen used, and they didn't really account for a lot of rural factors. So they've adjusted EJ screen, and I think Marianne will talk a little bit more about that, so that it gives more inputs to help you figure out what are the most burdened communities. And you know what? I just started talking and I lost the question.
No, thank you for that. And then the O&M question about how do you build that into what you're doing in the first instance?
I would love for you all to talk more about that and let us know what you think, because I don't have an answer. Again, like these really small water systems, there's the need isn't any less for clean and safe drinking water, but or wastewater systems, but with a really low population base, right? It's really hard to maintain those you know, resources, and you know, just saying like, oh, move to a more populated place is not the answer. So how we address that, I would love to hear your answers.
And I think tomorrow when we talk about the water charges, that will be one potential topic. We have a lot of meaty ideas to and I just want to take Chair's prerogative to say, you're on the ground, you know, walking through the challenges that you're seeing is really great to inform these conversations we're about to enter into over the next 2 days, and get that perspective of rural communities and tribes and what you're seeing in your region. Super helpful.
And it's great to have you all focused on these things, because as a RA, I'd love to stay here all day. I've got to get back to the office. And we don't necessarily within the region have the expertise that you all have, or the time to really think through the structural changes we need to make these tools, all of these resources available to every type of community. So appreciate you guys taking the time out of your lives to focus in on this. It's really valuable.
Will you take a couple more
Oh,
questions?
sure.
Great. Okay, so I didn't, my peripheral vision isn't that good, so I don't know who raised first, but I'll go to Mariana and then come to you, Ted.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I do have 2 questions. One, in regards to technical assistance, how is Region 8 going to create that department, and how is it going to work with the SRF programs? And then my second question is, as from the state and overseeing the SRF, in the past month, I've been approached by 5 different entities that are receiving technical assistance money, and they're trying to find out how to get to the communities that need it. So the challenges are, all of a sudden, there's 5 different entities just here in Idaho that want access to this. How do I divvy up who's going to, you know, what system do I send who, and also the messaging. I mean, what are their qualifications? What are they going to be saying to these communities? And so all of a sudden, I'm curious how EPA is going to control that, and trying to make sure that the assistance that's happening on the ground is consistent, and you're getting the right information. And so those are my 2 questions with regards to technical assistance.
Yeah, so I highlighted the need for technical assistance with a lot of the rural communities, and EPA does have resources for technical assistance. And you were asking specifically with the SRFs, the state revolving funds. And a lot of times, you know, so we don't control necessarily how the state, as long as they put together an intended use plan, we don't, as EPA, control how the states are going to spend their money, but we can provide technical assistance. And partly what you were asking is, how do we have our own quality control within the region of and how we prioritize this state technical assistance. That is a big part of who we're hiring with bill money, is people who have the expertise to provide the technical assistance. There's a lag time because they have to be trained, they have to be hired, and they have to be trained. And you know, how, I don't know honestly how each region, make sure everyone's giving the same, you know, everyone's human and they each have their own strengths in terms of their abilities and assistance and expertise. That's something I can try and find out more and get back to Ed about. So you asked, how do we do quality control? Oh, and then how do we prioritize? I think a bigger challenge right now is actually letting all those entities know this is a resource that's available to you. So we've been trying to do outreach with, you know, like some of our municipal leagues to say, we can provide assistance. When it actually gets too overwhelming, then we'll figure out how to prioritize. But right now, we want to let communities know these resources are available, and this technical assistance is available. But before we even get to that point, we have to hire the people and train them. So there's always this lag. I mean, the bipartisan infrastructure laws went past almost a year ago, and we are still in the hiring phase.
And Mariana, with the specific questions about the SRF and the points that you're making, we can get back with you and discuss that with Region 10 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Chapman for the record. So, I mean, if you go all the way back to like the New Deal era, I mean, there was, you know, the rural electrification and the co-op model caught on. And granted, that's a little bit different because water co-ops are like, no pun intended, sort of a drop in the bucket compared to the number of electric co-ops. But in rural, low density, low population America, you have, these models tend to work okay, and it would open them up to other alphabet soups of federal funding, rural utility services. There's private banks that serve co-ops. Actually, a couple of them are based here in Denver. Is that something that would be doable for these folks to be able to provide them at least with funding sources to be able to provide them with better infrastructure? I mean, just basically, I'm asking because I don't know. Or is that just not a realistic path?
That is really interesting. And it's not a model I see in the water space. Certainly with utility and you know, things like broadband and in those areas, I've not heard about that in the water space so much. I just don't know.
There's a decent sized water co-op in, I think, downstate Illinois. I mean, admittedly, there are very few water co-ops, but there are some. And, you know, you can access like USDA money, co-bank, some of the other private banks that are geared solely towards co-ops.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I don't know that much.
Okay. Ashley? Yes.
Yeah.
Carrie and I just went through our portion of the agenda so quickly.
I'm good. Oh, okay, great. Ashley Allen Jones for the record. It's more of a comment than a question, actually a bit akin to what Ted just said. So I'm actually from Lander, Wyoming. Town of 6,500 people that borders the Arapaho and Shoshone Indian Reservation, which is one of the largest in the country. They also happen to be arch rivals, which I find interesting. The two tribes on the reservation don't belong. But so I've just had a lot of intersection with that community in my childhood, and one of the models that is interesting to me, but I don't know much about it, is how the sort of health and medical services are delivered to those communities. And my sense, coming from a medical family, is that they're delivered pretty well to many of those communities. That's just another idea about, you know, is there something there with medical, with that infrastructure that we could piggyback on?
So
maybe not, but maybe so.
Yeah. So the Wind River Reservation is in central Wyoming, and it's the third biggest reservation in the country. It's and occupied by two tribes that do not like each other and do not cooperate, and it makes it a real challenge to provide services because which is the tribal government that you deal with. The Indian Health Services IHS provides biggest pot of funding to tribes, not EPA, not necessarily the Department of the Interior, and they provide a lot of the medical funding. They often build clinics. When I was up on the reservation earlier this summer, they were building a new health clinic that is also going to be, housing their tribal offices. I mean, it's they make good use with little resources for the building space that they have. But there's a lot of cooperation between EPA and IHS, because even when it comes to provisioning water resources and other things, we don't have sufficient funding for the tribes. So IHS often fills those gaps. So there is actually a lot of coordination between EPA and IHS for resources. So they might, have a sort of a list of projects, and we will fill in gaps. But at the end of the day, whether it's provisioning health clinics or environmental programs, trying to find the resources, the staff, and train usually tribal members to become the environmental staff, to become the health clinic staff, that's a challenge. Keeping people around and employed and on the reservation is a challenge. We went to a tribal college earlier and said, EPA is doing a lot of hiring, and we deal so much with tribes. We'd love to have some tribal members apply for some of these EPA jobs. And they said, we have to keep people on the reservation because we need to keep our health clinic staffed, keep our tribal offices staffed. Don't come here recruiting, because you train them and then we want them to come back to the reservation. So those are the challenges they're dealing with. It's coordination of federal resources. It's having enough money. It's having trained people, that typically tribal members, available to staff those resources. And then it's the O&M. So I don't know that the health clinic model is a better one or a different one. I think they have those exact same challenges: finding staff, coordinating federal resources, having enough money, and then the O&M.
I wanted to ask if there's anybody joining us virtually, any board members that have any questions. They're saying no. So we'll do one last question then from Dennis.
Thank you. I just had a kind of a comment about a couple of things you mentioned. I think the idea of training, and your last talk about wanting to keep the people who are trained where they started. It's easy for us to pay for consultants to come in and do management studies or engineering or whatever, but then they go away. And I think it is important that we want to organize even small organizations. And I'm a city and county guy for 50 years, so I've seen big and little. And there are resources out there. American Society of Civil Engineers, Engineers Without Borders can provide the context within organizations can organize themselves, be able to vision what they need to be able to do the work, all the steps, and keep it in those organizations. I think the second comment you made I found really interesting was about the IG and the fear of inspectors general. And it's just a personal information, since I had an IG DOB, one of our sons, and I highly respect them. As a managing director of organizations, I was constantly audited, sometimes 5 or 6 audits a year. If you do the job right, if you have the training, you have staff that's trained, an audit, an IG helps you. And I think it's important to use those resources. I can't understate that. I collect the reports because they help teach, and again, in training organizations to be able to do their own work, take care of themselves. That's a great resource that we can have. And thank you.
Yeah, we are facilitating a conversation between our local IG and the state Department of Environmental Quality directors to sort of so that everyone understands what the expectations are. And then one thing about sort of training people, one of the concepts in rural states that's really important is the circuit rider concept, where, you know, and frankly, like having enough circuit riders in Wyoming to actually go to each of the systems to help with their problems. That's a really important concept, not one that you see utilized in every state, but also, again, there's a bit of a lag. And then in terms of, you know, there are associations that can do training, and a lot of times, so you'll find very unique systems in each rural area because someone has come in, designed a system with the intention of making it really specific and really specific for that community, and then they're gone. And then you have a very specific designed system that is the next person coming on trying to figure it out. It's a challenge, right? So the work is never done to continue to train and continue to find the right people to get them out to each of the rural areas to help with, again, you know, drinking water, wastewater, whatever the system is, or having the environmental staff in the town, in the county, in the reservation. Those are just ongoing challenges. So thank you all for having me. Thanks for engaging in this conversation. I think it's super exciting what Congress has gotten done to help all of these places just achieve a higher quality of life. And I think it's exciting to be a part of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Casey. We realized we jumped right in without doing some logistical things.
Reminders, because we always, you know, feel like we're trained well.
But a couple of things. So for those who are joining us virtually, please use the raise hand function to indicate that you want to speak or ask a question. For those of you here in the room, you've seen a couple folks do this. I'm stuck here. But yeah, you can turn the whole thing. There you go. Put your tent card up. And when you first speak, introduce yourself so we know who's speaking. We don't have to do that the first time, right? Or each time?
Well, I think for the record,
For the record.
do that. And if you also want to talk about your affiliation, that would be
At least your first time, yes, and who you're from. And then again, for those in the room, we, you know, the bathrooms are right around the corner. Feel free at any point to get up and, you know, do a bio break. You know, we won't, you won't be interrupting anything if you do that. I think anything else on the logistical side? Great. So next up, Ed, you're up.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna, I just asked to make sure that we let our next speakers know we're ahead of schedule because my part is gonna be very short. And the only thing that I'm gonna share is really about what, I didn't wanna wait until tomorrow to talk about this, but our schedule and what's upcoming for us. We usually have our meetings in person twice a year, as you know. And our next one would be normally scheduled in March for our spring meeting. And as you also know, our spring meetings tend to be in Washington, D.C. So that won't change. But what will change is that we're likely, depending on what happens tomorrow, likely to move that meeting up to mid-February, and we'll go ahead and try to set a meeting date as quickly as possible because it's sooner than later. And the reason for that is, as you hear this afternoon, the charge question that's coming from EPA on the greenhouse gas reduction fund, they are on a very accelerated schedule. Just because of the statutory deadlines that are contained, that's driving the greenhouse gas reduction fund charge questions. So the first thing is the spring meeting. So it's going to be likely to be in mid-February in Washington, D.C. The second is the ripple effect associated with all of that. And I wanted to share that with you as well. There is going to be again, another 3 virtual meetings before the end of the year. Again, because of the greenhouse gas reduction fund charge and what you all decide to do coming up. So what we are thinking, and I want to kind of make sure that I say this to all of you, because I don't want this to be point of the conversation today and tomorrow when we talk about the substance of the charge. We're planning to have tentatively a virtual all board meeting on the 15th of December, working backwards, and the 1st of December, and the 17th of November would be the full board meetings. I wanted to make sure that that you all put that on the calendar, and this will all make sense to you as we talk about the charge questions that are coming from EPA later today and tomorrow, and without the change, at least letting you know this in
Can you
advance.
repeat those dates? I
Oh,
see people are
okay.
starting now to,
Okay,
they're
so
like
I'll,
paying attention
you're
and
paying
writing
attention
down.
now. I might be, so let me start now backwards and front going forward. We will have 3 virtual meetings this year, November 17th, December 1st, and December 15th. And we would like all of you to join us virtually, because that's going to be very critical for the progress of that greenhouse gas reduction fund work. And next year, our regularly scheduled meeting for the spring will be scheduled mid-February. We haven't picked a date yet, because in-person meetings, as Tara and others will tell you, will take some logistical effort to pick a date, but we're shooting for mid-February. And that's the only thing that I really wanted to cover in my section of news, because I think that's pretty important for all of you to have that on the calendar. Any comments, questions, Carrie? Did you want to add anything? Yeah. Hey, Tara, are they online? If not, we can take a short break. Okay. So
Oh, like the length.
I think the first 2 will be an hour or 2 at
Or an
most.
hour to 2, yeah, we're not talking all day.
Yeah, all day
meetings.
meetings, but the 3rd meeting in December, the December 15th, is likely to be a decisional meeting,
So it
which
could
may,
be a couple of
it could be a
hours.
couple of hours, but the November 17th and December 1st may just need to have about an hour as an update from the work groups.
Yeah.
But the December meeting will be this major decisional meeting.
As this afternoon, as our EPA colleagues go through the draft charge, it'll become clear why we want to have a number of checkpoints to keep the full board apprised of the work going on at the work group level, so that we can meet the accelerated, I was going to say aggressive, and that sounds negative, the accelerated timelines that everybody's working under.
Yeah, and I just also wanted to say this in my section of the agenda, because I know our colleagues from EPA, the administrator's office, when they're talking about this, it's not going to be artificial deadline that they're setting for us. It's really in the statute, and in order for us to meet the statutory deadline, and if the board wants to really give advice on this, we have to meet those deadlines. So I just wanted to at least flag that for you, so that that's not part of the discussion with the group, because I think we'll have a lot of programmatic things to talk to them about today.
So what are we thinking? At 10, back at 10:15, or what would you? Okay, so let's say back at 10:15.
10:15, yeah.
All right, thank you.
You will have an opportunity to network. Those of you who weren't able to do so last night, so enjoy.
Check 1 2. Check. Test 1 2. Check 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 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. There's Zoomy.
Check 1 2. 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 Test 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Testing. Testing well. I'm testing. I don't have my speaker on. Testing. I should probably. Let's see. Oh. Hey, Steve, can you
How are
talk
you?
or wave?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I hear you from outside the room.
Okay, great. So,
Yeah, you guys look, it sounds great,
Okay.
except
Yeah, we-
I'm echoing.
yeah, you have one
Right.
camera in the room, right? Just one?
Hello?
And you're moving around?
Yes, yeah, I'm echoing on our, is that okay?
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's great. I
Okay,
can hear you.
they could hear me fine.
How are you? Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I
Oh,
think they could
I
hear me,
apologize.
but I can hear a feedback on this for some reason. Other than that, I can see.
Is there a delay?
Yes, there is
Testing.
an audio
Testing.
delay and there is a
Testing.
delay in when you
Testing.
speak for the Zoom camera to
We'll just
go
have to live with
to
that.
your camera.
I
But you
see.
do hear
Okay.
the feedback, yeah.
Okay.
Right. No, I think it should be fine, as long as we're not talking over each other. Okay.
Check 1 2.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I think that's better when they're muted. Yeah, we're gonna give another minute warning to get started again. Thank you. Good morning again. And good afternoon for those of you who are on the East Coast. I'm officially using the gavel for this purpose. So we're gonna get started with our next agenda item, but before we get started, I'm just gonna quickly add one more detail to our the schedule that I announced. I have to tell everyone that there is going to be a Federal Register notice. I guess a series of notices coming out for the 4 meetings that I mentioned, because those meetings in November, December, and February are all going to be full board meetings, which means that they will all be public meetings, even the virtual ones. Carrie?
I also wanted to let folks know that we have 5 additional board members who've joined us. We've got Al Cho, Tom Carroll, Marilyn Waite, Margot Kane, and Sonia Favors, who are all joining us virtually now. Welcome.
Okay, so I would like to welcome Robin Collin, who's the senior, I hope I get this right, Robin, who is not just a great friend and a colleague, but a senior advisor to the administrator for environmental justice. And she is the point person for the administrator on all things environmental justice at EPA. And we invited her to talk about the new office that the administrator created. And this is an historic event because of the fact that the agency, for the first time in our history, is really institutionally incorporating environmental justice activities. And this was, I think, actually authorized by Congress through appropriations last year to set up this brand new office. And so we've invited Robin to come and talk to us about this. And I think Marianne is going to be joining us later. And Marianne Engelman Lotto is the acting principal deputy assistant administrator, currently leading the organization until we have a political head of the organization nominated and appointed by the president. So let me turn it to Robin and Robin, I really appreciate you being very flexible and coming on short notice. Thank you.
Sure. First things first, I hope you can hear me all right.
Actually, not quite yet. So we're going to get the audio fixed. Go ahead. Could you say something else?
Yeah, the transition between Teams and Zoom is often kind of rocky. And if you can't hear me well, what I may need to do is put on my mic.
I think we can hear you now. We'll be really quiet, but we'll hear you now.
Well, let's make this easy. I'll put on my my ugly headset. But let's see if that will improve. Can you hear me this way? Is that better? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, let's give this a go. Again, my name is Robin Morris Collin. I am delighted to join EPA at this historic moment in time. Oh, there's my colleague, Marianne Engelman Lotto. Marianne is serving as our principal deputy temporarily on loan from the Office of General Counsel. So we are honored to have this historic place in time, opening up the very first Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. And Marianne, I don't know if you wanted to take it from here. If you want, I can try to share my screen so that I can run your slides.
Excellent. Or I can put them up, whichever's easiest.
You may find it may be easier for you to run them. Thanks.
Okay, let me see. Let's see if this works. Give me 1 second.
I can see them.
Can you see it? Is it full screen?
I see it.
Okay.
It's
Are you seeing full?
Not full screen though. No.
Okay, I'm going to go back and I apologize for that. Let me just try it one more time and see if I can. Oops.
This happens to me when I go between Teams and Zoom.
Yeah. It should work, but now I'm having difficulty. Can you see me or are you still seeing the slide?
I see the slide and you are in a sidebar.
Okay, and you're seeing the slide though?
Yes.
So even though it's not full, I'm going to leave it like this because you can see it.
Yes, and
okay.
We could actually share the slides later on
Perfect.
with the public as well as the board members.
Okay, well, so great to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm sorry I was a couple minutes late. As Robin said, I have moved over from the Office of General Counsel to serve as acting principal deputy assistant administrator. And it is such an exciting moment. There's so much happening. So I will talk about the reorganization of the program and then turn it back over to Robin to delve into some related issues. So with that, let me talk about the reorganization. So consistent with the priorities of the administration, and I think about all that the president has done since day one to emphasize equity, environmental justice, and civil rights, and charge our agencies with making environmental justice, equity, and civil rights front and center and integrated in all that we do. And consistent with Administrator Regan's emphasis, as you know, we have already done a lot to integrate environmental justice, equity, and civil rights into our work, into our strategic plan, goal 2 of our strategic plan, into the agency's equity plan. So consistent with all of this, EPA announced at the end of September our reorganization, and we are combining 3 existing offices into a single new national program. 2 of them, the External Civil Rights Compliance Office and the Conflict Prevention and Resolution Center, were in the Office of General Counsel. And 1, the Office of Environmental Justice, was in the Office of Policy, which resides in the Administrator's Office. This new office is called the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. And I apologize for such a nasty acronym, OEJECR. We've been practicing. I hope everyone goes home and stands in front of a mirror and also says OEJECR, as we've been practicing. Eventually, our hope is that there'll be a Senate-confirmed assistant administrator to lead this office. The president will nominate a candidate for assistant administrator. In the meantime, we have a leadership team that I'm excited about. So I'm a principal deputy. I get to work with Robin as the senior EJ advisor to the administrator. And we have 2 deputies, Matt Tejada and Lillian Dorca, who are working in the front office and helping to lead this program. Matt coming from the Office of Environmental Justice and Lillian coming from the External Civil Rights Compliance Office. Okay, so why are we doing this? This is the big question. And given the level of commitment, given the level of priority, and also perhaps most importantly, the centrality of EJ civil rights and equity to carrying out our mission to protect human health and the environment for all people, we acknowledge that we need a high-level, coordinated, and consistent approach and leadership on these issues to really transform how EPA understands and implements its work, and how we prioritize program resources, allocate funding, implement our statutory authorities, and engage communities. And the important thing I really want to get across is that we see this program as having 2 functions that are interrelated. One is we've moved functions into the program that we will house. So, we're strengthening our civil rights program. We now have $3 billion, unprecedented amount of money from IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, to give out in EJ small grants. That's incredible and unprecedented. But equally as important, we serve as a consultancy to the rest of the agency, as the whole agency integrates environmental justice, equity, and civil rights in the work we do. So we're going to be laser focused on making sure all relevant agency programs, policies, and regional activities reflect a renewed focus on environmental justice and external civil rights. So just to use as an example, in the Inflation Reduction Act, the $3 billion that is housed within our program is only a small part, it's not small, but only a part of the money that's going to be directed and is required to be directed to low-income and disadvantaged communities. And just as we wouldn't, work on air programs without consulting with the Office of Air and Radiation, now we have a program at the AA level with the growing expertise on environmental justice, equity, and civil rights. And so we hope to be a resource and to serve in that consultancy function for doing this work of integrating these issues with expertise across the office. And the assistant administrator of the NPM will serve at the same level as the other AAs and will facilitate critical peer-to-peer discussions about changing the way that EPA does its work. So no longer are we sort of a set of offices at a different level, but now the AA, or in the absence of an AA, the principal deputy will be in those conversations and will be able to work with the other programs. So this is what we look like. The new program is going to build on synergies between environmental justice and civil rights, but retain a distinct office for external civil rights compliance. And that's because it's a legal compliance program, and we need to be very clear there are statutory authorities and they need to be focused on that civil rights compliance. But this isn't just plopping down the Office of Environmental Justice and Civil Rights. We're reorganizing things in really important ways to reflect that synergy. So we now have an Office of Community Support that will deal with grants and community engagement, and an Office of Policy Partnership and Program Development. And this office will be doing a lot of the work that I'm calling a consultancy with the agency. We're building out this policy piece in part because we see this new program as conducting its own activities, but also serving as this resource for the whole agency. So we hope by organizing this way, we'll be able to enhance our ability to infuse equity, civil rights, and EJ principles into all of the agency's work, support the meaningful involvement of all people with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, engage community. This is the community engagement piece with EJ concerns, and enforce civil rights. And already these synergies are paying off. And just a very small example, later today, we have a monthly national engagement call, and hundreds of people from around the country join this monthly call. And previously, until this administration, the Office of External Civil Rights Compliance really had some challenges, and there was a lot of criticism about lack of transparency, lack of engagement with communities. We are changing that. We started changing that from day one to make the program more transparent, but also we've been able to schedule one of those monthly engagement calls a quarter to be dedicated to civil rights. So now the civil rights program once every quarter gets on the phone with representatives from states, the media, and most importantly, communities all across the country to engage on our civil rights program. And of course, I don't want to leave out the really important Conflict Prevention and Resolution Center, which provides services and expertise on alternative dispute resolution, environmental conflict resolution, consensus building, and collaborative problem solving. They have already been a resource for the Office of External Civil Rights Compliance. They lead our work on alternative dispute resolution as a mechanism for resolving and addressing issues of distrust that often lead to civil rights complaints, and are part and parcel of it. And they also have been really integral to some of the other environmental justice actions and are a model for serving as a resource for the agency, for example, for the Superfund program. So they are central to the work that we're going to be doing. And just one more slide with some content to just give you a sense of we're going to be a small program, but a mighty program. We are bringing together the slightly larger Office of Environmental Justice. They will go up to, in the budget, the authorized budget, 206 FTE. But note that 110 of those are for the regions. So the regions are in various stages of hiring, or like Region 9, I think they already have 8 of their, I think, 10 people, and they're finishing up, whereas other regions are just doing more hiring now. But there'll be 110 full-time equivalents across the 10 EPA regions, as well as hiring, if I go back to this slide for just a second, we need grants officers, and we really are building up this Office of Policy. The External Civil Rights Compliance Office is smaller. It was at 12 for the last decades, actually. And we are getting to 18 this year. So that's pretty exciting. Before getting to 18, because of the reorg and for some other reasons, we dipped below 12. But now we're doing some hiring, and I'm looking forward to actually having 18. I will say, although we're excited about that 50% increase, that's nothing to sniffle at. It's still 18 for the whole country. And the president's budget had asked for more FTEs for the regions. We haven't gotten that yet from Congress, but we're looking toward the future. And the Conflict Prevention and Resolution Center is also small but mighty, 5 full-time equivalents, but they do work with a contract, and they are able to take advantage of external facilitators. So I'm not going to go into more details on this. I'm going to try to get rid of this and take down my screen if I can figure out how to do that. Let's see. The last thing I'll just say, you're seeing a blank screen, but somehow I may have to go out and come back in because I'm not getting the. Oh, did that just work? Did somebody?
Yes,
Excellent.
it works now.
So the last thing I'll just say is we were very excited. We turned on the lights on September 11th, and then we had a launch event in Warren County in late September. And for the launch, the administrator went to Warren County. I hope you saw some of the coverage of that. Warren County, North Carolina, is often cited as the place where the environmental justice movement was born 40 years ago. Community members marched for 6 weeks and were jailed, fighting against environmental racism and for the health of their community. And it was in this location that the administrator committed to carrying this work forward. So it really felt like a historic moment. And I think for the folks gathered there and others participating around the country, and what I've heard from others, it really is one of those, as when I go back to teaching and I teach, this timeline of the environmental justice movement, the end of September will be one of those historic boxes on the timeline. But ultimately, we know that the goal of the work is to fulfill our mission to protect the health and the environment of all people across the country, and to make a difference on the ground where resources and environmental protection is needed most. And ultimately, that's how we'll be judged, whether we make that difference. So look forward to working with all of you and to engaging on this topic. Back to you, Robin.
So that's the overview of the new program. I did see a question in the chat, and I don't know if you'd like to take those now, or should we hold them?
Well, I don't see hands up in the room yet. So why don't we take that, and then we'll come. There are tents going up. So Robin, feel free to take the question from the virtual participants first, and then we'll come to the in-person participants.
Okay. Again, let me know if you're having difficulty hearing me. Hopefully it's all cool.
Fine.
So in the chat, it says, will the Grants Management Division provide technical support to small rural communities? And the answer to that is yes. I'm going to try and share my screen now, because we have a special program to reach those communities specifically, and it's called TICTAC. Can you see this on the screen right now?
That's going. We can see it, but we won't be able to read anything on the screen.
Too small. Okay. Well, I will also direct your attention to online, because this is something that's available to you online. Just put environmental justice, thriving communities into your search, and it should pop up. This is our program called the Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Center, hence TICTAC. And these centers are established all throughout the country with particular emphasis on reaching hard to reach communities and reaching hard to reach places. So we've teamed up with other institutions. EPA has teamed up with Department of Energy, I believe Department of Transportation, and maybe even USDA, so that we can be sure to reach rural communities as well as urban communities and let them know how to go about the process of accessing this grant money. And these centers are there to help people figure out how to apply, whether they're eligible. And even if you're not eligible in some areas, our hope is that we have combined enough resources, and I'll take this down for a moment. We've combined resources in a way that you can find the resources that you need, even if it's not with EPA. So let's see. Yeah, I think that you will find that we have made an effort to listen. And we have heard several times about making sure that small organizations, new organizations, rural organizations have a chance to access the grant money. And that's important to us. We have enough money for the first time ever to make sure that we can say yes. And we want to make sure that we disperse those funds to the low income and disadvantaged communities for whom they are intended. Another question, how will the establishment of this office work with state agencies? It's a good question. Let me take a first pass at that, and then Marion may want to respond as well. We have regional offices in every region of this country. And I think the first point of contact, if I were in a position of an EJ organization right now, I would reach out to my regional administrator's office. You will find that for the first time, we have between 10 and 12 people in each regional office whose job it is to do EJ. Not all of the other things that go on in the regional administrator's office, just EJ. And that is a huge difference for us, to have EJ dedicated staff in sufficient numbers to begin to respond to people. So that's where I would start. And if you have any difficulty figuring out who's the regional administrator or so forth, let me know. But I would advise that as a first step. The regional offices are in contact on a daily basis with various state and local people. And they have a different kind of peer-to-peer relationship with those state and local officials. And in many ways, I find going through the EPA regional offices gets you more respect, more attention, more, clout, frankly, beginning with that kind of relationship. There is another organization that we do a lot of work with called ECOS, the Environmental Conference of States. We also do work as an agency with the local government, what's LGAC? Local Government Advisory Committee. And so there are existing relationships here, but my advice would be to start with your EJ people in the region. Marion, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. I absolutely agree with everything that you just said. I would just add two specifics about the program. One is we have organized this Office of Policy, Partnerships, and Program Development, which will have responsibility for partnerships. And a key component of that is our partnerships with the states. We work together on a range of issues. And so we actually have a location in the program, and we'll have staff devoted to those relationships. And then secondly, our Office of External Civil Rights Compliance, while there's a complex relationship with the states, there's also a tremendous amount of technical assistance and work together. So all of the state agencies that give out permits, for example, are recipients of EPA funding and are subject to civil rights obligations. And that's a good thing. And we have an obligation to enforce those civil rights obligations. So that's an important sort of grounding or touchstone. Having said that, our goal is to have full compliance and to work together toward that aim. And so we start out at the front end trying to provide as much information as possible and spend a significant amount of time with one-on-one technical assistance with states and with collections of states. We just did a series of 3 workshops, each of which were 90 minutes to 2 hours long, with tremendous participation from the states through ECOS, which Robin mentioned. So even in our Office of External Civil Rights Compliance, we really value the engagement of the states with the hope that we can work together to ensure protection of all people and the promise of equal protection.
Okay, I'm gonna just announce the order of hands that went up, Robin, so you can get more engagement from folks in this room as well. But I do want to say that, Robin, your acronym was much better than Marianne's. Tic-tac is lovable. I don't know about this OEJ, ECR. I'm gonna continue to practice that, Marianne. We'll go to Dennis first, and then Eric, and back to virtual with Sonia. Dennis.
Thank you. I'm Dennis Randolph, City of Kalamazoo. I guess I wanted to make a comment and then ask a couple questions. One, first of all, I think this is a great model, and I think it's something that should be done in other departments, the federal government, Department of Transportation, whoever. The separation of these different activities doesn't gain as much as bringing them together. But in particular, I have particular concerns about, in the past, what will you do about the idea, and I've seen it with the states more than any place else, that if you comply with external civil rights requirements, MBE programs, WBE programs, and all of a sudden people think that they have environmental justice. And I've seen a big deficit in that particular area, what you might be able to do about that. But more importantly, I've got the concern that there's still a lot of talk, and every time you talk about spending a lot of infrastructure money, NEPA comes up and how it delays things. But I see environmental justice is what NEPA is about. It's not about minnows, it's not about wildflowers, it's about people and making the world better for people. And how are you going to be dealing with that divergence that's existed since the first Earth Day? NEPA is the driver for environmental justice.
Marianne, could you hear the question?
I heard some of it and I have some thoughts, but it was really hard to hear. The part I heard was about the relationship between NEPA and environmental justice. I think I missed most of the first point.
Probably yelled too much in my microphone, but I think, especially when we talk about spending a lot of new money, the infrastructure money that's out right now. One of the first things that comes up is that NEPA slows spending that money, that we need to do something about NEPA. But I see NEPA as the heart of environmental justice. And how are we going to correct first that difference, do good NEPA, and in that way get environmental justice for everybody? And that's a big concern. I know there's still work groups at EJAC working on this question. And I want to know what kind of support you're going to be throwing into that battle.
So I'll say something quick and then turn it over to you and others, Robin. Just really to uplift what you're saying, NEPA and civil rights were the statutory foundations for Executive Order 12898. And in the presidential memorandum accompanying Executive Order 12898, there's a reference to NEPA and civil rights laws as the vehicles for achieving environmental justice. And I think you're absolutely right that these are both procedurally and substantively core mechanisms for ensuring environmental justice. Now, we're also working to integrate civil rights and environmental justice in all of our practices, right? It's not limited to NEPA. So the Office of General Counsel at EPA recently put out a new version of EJ Legal Tools, which I commend to you. If you haven't taken a look at it, it's online, and it goes through each of our statutory authorities and discusses where we have authority to take into account environmental justice. And that also includes NEPA. But I absolutely agree that through our NEPA authority, including our interagency authority and through civil rights, these are mechanisms for ensuring participation, for taking account of cumulative impacts, and for addressing potential impacts on communities with environmental justice concerns.
I suppose all I would add to that is I agree with the sense of urgency here, because the funding that we've been given, while it's amazing, it's also been given with some fairly short time constraints. And I think I see at 1 o'clock, you're going to be hearing from our colleagues about the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. We have, as Marion mentioned, we've been given $3 billion in block grants for some greenhouse gas related and other pollution reduction and prevention purposes. It's a lot of money, but we have to spend that money, give out grants in 3 years. We have to set up a fund structure that's not meant to operate like grants. It's really supposed to be a capitalizing structure. That's what Ale Nunez and Timothy Perfetta are going to speak to you about. All of this to say, that's a lot of money, and it needs to get into the right hands. This is what I worry about. This is why I'm so delighted to have a chance to talk to you all today, you all especially, because this amount of money is transformative. It's no longer just triage. We are now talking about the ability to transform our communities. And in my lifetime, it's the first time. We're not just talking about war on poverty. This is transformative money, and it's meant to go to low income and disadvantaged communities. How does it get there? That's my question to you all. I want to make sure that you, and I'm talking to each and every one of you, that you help make sure that the money goes to the communities that it's intended to benefit. And I realize that we can talk, and I'm sure that my colleagues will talk to you more about, there are some constraints on what kinds of projects and who's eligible, but there are not enough constraints in there to prevent this kind of true reconstruction of the most damaged, the most harmed communities in our country. And until we fix those communities, we really cannot look forward to a future of shared opportunity. So I realize that I have now kind of elided our conversation a little bit into the next bit. So forgive me for stepping over those boundaries that you've constructed, Ed. But this is what I really wanted to say to the EFAB today. And please think about how we can construct these relationships and then tell us. My email is colin.robin@epa.gov. So
Now, I sit with Robin often when I'm in DC, and this is exactly what I get from her. So fantastic. I'm glad everyone heard from me today. We'll go to Eric.
Hi, can you hear me okay, Robin and Marion? Okay, great.
Yes.
It's great to meet you. And yeah, thanks for being with us. And actually, I was going to step over the same line right with you. I actually might even start with a comment that My read of the legislative text of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is that there is a very broad definition of what an eligible project is, specifically anything that assists communities in their efforts to reduce greenhouse gases. I think that's a direct quote. So I see that as very broad and absolutely should encompass things like support for communities to plan, or technical assistance, or reaching out to environmental justice groups that want to help make sure the money does flow to projects in their communities. But I wanted to ask you, actually, so I sort of had two questions for you. So one was about like, how do you see OEJ ECR's role potentially in Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund implementation, what the interplay of the Climate Justice Block Grant could be with those funds as well, like how could they synergize, and even like what the role of like the regional EJ staff might be in ensuring that, you know, that those funds flow equitably. I guess that's a pretty big question already, but I did have another question where I kind of wanted to learn more
Eric,
about
can I just intervene? I do think that we have a lot of time allotted for the greenhouse gas reduction fund discussion. So if we can kind of keep our discussions around that with Ale and Tim later on.
Okay,
great.
Well, if I don't get to ask that question, then my other question would be more just around the Climate Justice Block Grant, because I am interested in learning about that and the timeline for its rollout and how community-based organizations will be defined. I'm interested in like interplay with other initiatives that I'm aware of, like the Communities Leap program at Department of Energy, or sort of the nonprofit Justice 40 Accelerator Initiative, and kind of how you see these funds fitting together with some of the other EJ initiatives that are out there at other agencies and programs.
Well, let me take a first step towards this. We're in a really different place than we were before IRA passed. I mean, when you ask questions about money before, it was like, well, how are we going to make the money that we have if we have it stretched? Now, I think the position we're in is there are lots of pots of money, lots of pockets of money, and what we want to be able to do is to say yes. And we want to be able to put together packages of funding that make sense, so long as they serve their purpose and they're within the limits of the law. Now, as you point out, the law itself, the block grants, the climate justice block grants have a different recipient definition, and it's significant because, let me cut to the chase, the climate justice block grants cannot go to states. They're not eligible recipients. The climate justice block grants are aimed at community-based organizations and CBOs in partnership with either local government, a tribe, an institution of higher ed, or another community-based organization. So it contemplates partnerships as a basis for distributing a broadly defined climate justice grant. If you look at the eligible recipients for the greenhouse gas funds, their states are eligible. And what I'm mainly concerned about there is that the partnerships that may be set up in that fund are not partnerships between equals in the sense of equal knowledge, equal access to capital, equal creditworthiness. And this is intended to address that. It won't happen, in my opinion, without us being intentional and deliberate about making sure that it does happen, because that has not been the default. My experience with large organizations and large capital organizations is that they will default to the model that's based on creditworthiness, barriers to capital, and all of that, which is normal and natural to them, but it's not the desired that's not the desired outcome in this statute. So we have to stay alert, but not only that, we have to co-create. We have to co-design a kind of fund that will operate this way. And we can't do it without the help of community-based organizations, without the help of the kinds of financial organizations who can help us address those knowledge gaps.
Let me just jump in with a short addendum going back to the question about the interplay and the role of OEJ ECR, just to say we have a wonderful but perfect storm. We are charged with new responsibilities, new and exciting responsibilities, just as we are also establishing a new program. So sort of behind the scenes, we have to do our hiring, we have to get our ducks in order, and we have to build the plane while flying it. So we don't have all the answers up front. We are doing our best to try to figure out the answers and even figure out the process so that we make sure we're consulting with the people we should consult with. We can build on the incredible foundation that is laid by the Office of Environmental Justice and the Office of Policy and all of our programs. So we're not starting from scratch for sure, but we are in this new territory of new mandates and a new program. So we are having to take those steps to get the pieces in place to be able to give you some of the answers that I know you're looking for.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go to Sonia first and then come back to the room with David.
Great, thank you. I'll be quick because I can get on a soapbox about this conversation. As I wear a lot of hats, I am Sandra Favors and I work for the Alabama Department of Environmental Management. I have this opportunity because I am also a special interest director for the National Society of Black Engineers. I also am an environmental justice coordinator for the state of Alabama. So you can tell I have a lot of different hats. And so I'm very passionate about this conversation. It is a breath of fresh air to hear the directive coming from both of you. So thank you for saying what you've talked about today. My concerns are with everything is being a state worker, being a state representative for these communities. A lot of times we're an afterthought. So that is why I asked the question about the engagement. I have communities that will go directly to our regional representatives who are more of listening pieces. You can hear the problem, but when a lot of the work that's done at the Environmental Protection Agency is done at a state level, if there is not more of a checks and balance on the actual program, which takes you back to NEPA and those type of things that govern the actions that we do, those communities still don't get the impact of all of the wonderful effort that you talked about. To the second part of that, I make this comment, which I've made every time, it's about capacities. The communities that I go into, they do not have the capacity, one, to apply for these grants, to even know who to contact to help them apply for the grants. And when you guys put organizations together that help them, they then have a criteria that these communities still don't quite understand how to navigate to even be able to ask the question. In particular, in Alabama, we have a lot of rural communities that someone will come in and tell them they have great opportunity for them if they just sign here. I'm going to go back to the history of insurance in those same communities where they were paying $2 a week. Someone was just showing up for a $300 policy that wasn't going to be enough to bury them with years later. We have to be careful that we're not developing a new model of that same behavior. And so when we start to talk about putting things together, I am so excited about sitting on this board so we can make recommendations about that. Because if we don't deal with capacity building, we will be back at the same beautiful, hopefully not Zoom. I wish I was there in person, but at the same juncture having the same conversation. Hopefully it won't be me, it'll be someone, one of my children or one of my mentees or something like that, but I don't want it to be them. I want them to be having a different conversation about how we're elevating these communities from where we brought them from this time. So, that is why I asked the question, how is this engagement actually going to work differently than it has? It seems like we have manpower there, but what is changing about the model so that the interaction, both at the state level where a lot of these programs are being managed, is going to actually have an impact on the communities that we are all responsible for serving and ensuring quality health and environment.
So I can jump in a little bit and just get us started, and then Robin, please feel free. So I'm so glad you spoke up. A lot of my experience over the last 30 years before coming to EPA was in Alabama, working with people in Uniontown and Tallahassee and other places. And your words resonate very strongly with me, although I worked with some great community-based organizations that you're probably familiar with. But I hear you, and I think many of us really understand that that's the core of the issue. So that I would put some of the ways of helping or addressing these issues in a few buckets. One bucket is identifying specific barriers that have faced communities that are low-income communities, rural communities, such as when the infrastructure money was going out, recognizing that the match for getting safe drinking water funds was a barrier for communities that needed it most. So there are specific identifiable barriers. I'll get to engagement and capacity building in a moment, but if we can identify specific barriers that aren't statutorily required, that we can address, we can make a lot of headway. So that's one thing, is working together to break down some of those barriers to communities that have gotten in the way of getting resources. A second thing is addressing capacity building for the community, to the extent, as Robin said, some of these grants are targeted specifically to going to NGOs or other community-based organizations. But as we know, many of them do not have the capacity. They don't have grants officers. They don't have the sort of keeping the books in the ways that you need to keep the books, et cetera. And so some of the grants will be targeted to capacity building. Now, we're still figuring all that out. Again, I don't want to get, ahead of ourselves here, but we're very much in tune with the issue that you're describing and trying to make sure, knowing sort of what the lay of the land is in communities with EJ concerns, really trying to target. We have these resources, as Robin said, path-breaking, unprecedented. How do we really change the game so that communities can use the resources to build their capacity, to influence their state governments, to influence us, to influence local government, to make a difference where they're living? So that's the way we're thinking about it. More to come, but I think it's both breaking down substantive barriers that we know to exist and doing the capacity building.
Do you want to go to the other questions in the room?
Yes, great, thank you. We have a question from David.
For the record, my name is Dave Wegner, and I'm here associated with the National Academy of Sciences, Water Science Technology Board, and Woolpert Engineering, where I focus on climate change and water infrastructure. So that being said, and first off, I want to congratulate you. This is a great thing. This is exactly what I think we need to be going as a nation to get the money to the issues that really, really need it and have been underserved in the past years. Before I ask my question, I want to put it into context, and I don't want it to seem we're piling on Marianne and Robin, but it kind of drives to the same issues. In my past life, I spent a lot of time writing legislation for the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., specifically for EPA, Corps of Engineers, Bureau Rec, and other water management agencies. And we had a tendency in Washington, D.C., and headquarters and such, to have beltwayitis, where we thought the words and the context made sense to the politicians and to the administrators and to the administration in the context of what their goals and achievements were. But often what we found is once it moved beyond the Beltway out to the regions and especially out to the offices, et cetera, it kind of lost some of the context of where we were going. And that's probably important. It needed to be fine-tuned to the applications that were being focused on. I agree with you that this is a generational opportunity that we have in front of us to change the dynamic of where we invest our infrastructure dollars and our goals for the nation. I don't say we want it to work. I say we have to make it work. It is absolute that we get to that point. I come from Arizona, a town in Arizona called Tucson. In the state of Arizona, we have 20 tribes that we're trying to help make sure they have the ability to move with the rest of the nation forward in terms of its water infrastructure. On top of that, we have a series of what we call colonias along the border with Mexico. These are unincorporated towns. You don't have staff to do anything, let alone protect their water resources, water quality, et cetera. Plus, we have a significant amount of our area that is in rural communities who, again, don't have the staff. So putting that into context, I guess my questions to you, and also just one more point. I worked in Washington, D.C. during the 2008-2009 period with the Obama administration trying to implement that stimulus bill. And so we learned a lot of lessons that I want to see we don't have to repeat this time around. And specifically, there are 3 points that I want to lay out for you. And it sounds like you're working on them, so I don't want to appear again like I'm piling on. But those 3 questions are, how are you going to assess the program is working to get the funds to 3 people, 3 aspects, the right people, that it's being used appropriately. And I don't use that question just haphazardly. We really learned in the Obama administration, we've got to make sure we track that the money's going to the right folks, that it's not getting caught up in contractors and other places where it ends up being spent for other things other than for its intended purposes. And then thirdly, how are you going to measure whether you're achieving the goals that you laid the money out there for? How are we going to make sure that it is indeed this generational opportunity is not wasted? And I know that you're working on that now. I hear that loud and clear, but these are lessons learned from the last time we tried to infuse a lot of money into the economy. Let's not just make the same mistakes that perhaps we made.
I agree. I agree. And if I can, Marion, I'd just like to start a response to that. Marion served in the Obama administration, so I'm sure she has a few things to say as well. What's different? There are a couple of important differences. The administrator of the EPA started his administration by going to what he called the journey to justice. And he makes it a practice to go out and sit on people's back porches, to wade through backyards filled with sewage in Jackson because they don't have adequate water regulators. He has put himself deliberately in the way of knowing what communities look and smell like. And he's made it his personal commitment to reach out and address the communities that have been left behind. I don't think we've seen that in any other administration, none that I've lived through. That makes a difference when the leadership puts themselves on the line that way. There are a couple of other important differences. We have now had 30 plus years of experience with environmental justice at EPA, and EPA has learned. The reason EPA, I think, is in a position to lead is because they listened to our National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, NEJAC. NEJAC taught EPA a lot, and I was part of that. So I see I've been a little historical correction in the chat. But the importance of EJ is that we learn to listen to communities, to be led by communities, to make sure that we are accountable to communities, and that isn't lost on EPA or this office. The other thing I would like to is simply offer in addition to our commitment to EJ, and we can go on structurally about how committed we are, we have developed some tools for tracking, which I commend to you. If you've never looked at EJ screen, please do. It is the most fun part of my work. And it's also the most informative part. It's a GIS tool that allows us to track a variety of events and consequences. But what we have done, consistent with the law and the guidance from the Biden administration, is we have developed a tool that tracks where our money is going by community, where we can, down to the block. We will find out where our money is touching the earth. And I promise you, we will be accountable to those communities. Part of the difference today, and I'm old enough to have lived through a couple of these various administrations that you're talking about. And by the way, I grew up in Tempe, Arizona. So I know what you're talking about. And the importance of today's commitment is that we are older, more experienced, and it won't happen twice. I did want to say one other thing. I was a prosecutor in Arizona, and sometimes what we're talking about, and I think Sonia mentioned this as well, is just straight up corruption. Corruption is a horse of a different color, and it happens. But I guarantee you, the people involved in this enterprise are not corrupt. And isn't that a change? Thank you so much, Marion.
I'm not sure I can beat that. And also, just as a minor correction, I'd love to take credit for work in the Obama administration, but it wasn't me, it was my double. But sort of getting back to the question, there is a lot of emphasis on assessment. Built into J40, as you all have already mentioned, is ensuring that the benefits of programs are going to disadvantaged communities, and finding ourselves accountable to those targets and making sure that we are meeting the J40 targets started the ball rolling here, where we really need to be identifying our methodology and our definitions, and that this is a all of government approach. It goes back to OMB. We had a head start because of our more robust environmental justice program, but in terms of measuring the benefits of what we're doing, who it's going to, whether it's used appropriately, and whether we're obtaining our goals, that is part of the J40 conversation. And then adding on top of that, we have additional accountability that we are putting in place. Goal 2 of our strategic plan is dedicated to advancing environmental justice and civil rights. And some of the efforts we've been talking about today are part of Goal 2. We have long-term performance goals. We have measurables for all of that. And we're also working on some other indicators. One of I'll end with this. It's something I'm very excited about. In Goal 2 of the strategic plan, one of the commitments is to develop 10 indicators of disparities, and then apply those indicators in measuring outcomes going forward. Now, these aren't necessarily indicators that will be an immediate feedback loop in terms of how we're spending our money or whether we're doing our job well. If you think about, for example, Health and Human Services putting out not only is length of life getting longer, but also what are the racial disparities in length of life. That's a good sort of example of the kind of disparities that will inform the conversation and then also be able to inform our policy. But there's not a one-to-one relationship between the outcome of those disparities indicators and our policies. But we are developing those disparities. We're in a process that will engage the public to develop those disparities indicators. And it will be yet another way to be tracking, not just do we bring down the overall, say, level of pollution, but also how are we addressing the distribution of health outcomes and environmental benefits and burdens. So we're getting at this issue of assessment and accountability in a number of different ways. It's really important to us, and we'll continue to engage in that conversation.
Great. Thank you, Marianne. I think that was a great ending to this particular session. And you could just tell the amazing thought leaders that we have on this issue at EPA. And I know that we would run late with this, and I'm sure we could go on and on, but I'm gonna make sure that I get commitment from you two to come back and join us again at a future meeting. And Dave, the questions that you raised and what Marianne said is also very salient for the Greenhouse Gas Reductions Fund discussion that's coming up. So I hope that conversation comes up again this afternoon. So with that, I want to thank you, Robin, and I want to thank you, Marianne, for joining us, and see you back in DC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and then we'll go right into our next speaker, another amazing person who is the senior advisor to the administrator, and his bio essentially says that he's implementing and coordinating, but I would just venture to say that he is the lead person in the entire agency with all the monies that we've been talking about in terms of bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. And so I cannot think of anyone better to talk about the updates on those two laws and the monies that are coming than Zealand Hoover. So let me turn it over to you, Zealand.
And thank you all for the opportunity to join. I will kindly say, I do think of myself as the chief champion and cheerleader for all of our fantastic leaders across the agency. My role, as Ed outlined, is to play this coordination and integration function for two really huge pieces of legislation that we've been fortunate to be the beneficiaries of at EPA: the bipartisan infrastructure law that passed Congress and was signed by the president last year, and the Inflation Reduction Act that passed just a few months ago. EPA, for those of you who have not been committing our annual appropriations requests to memory, is about a $9.5 billion a year agency. These two pieces of legislation provide EPA with $100 billion to implement over the next several years. So this is a huge once in a generation opportunity for us to make significant progress on a number of long-standing environmental and public health challenges. And for the teams at EPA who have sort of known that the money did not meet the challenge for a long time, now the money does meet the challenge in many places, and we have to work hard to design and deploy in the months ahead. I believe that this group is quite familiar with the bipartisan infrastructure law based off of the work, recommendations, and meetings that you all have had over the last year. So I've been asked to use this time to share a bit more about the Inflation Reduction Act in particular, and the both what it means for the federal government overall, and then what programs we received here at EPA. And at this moment, we have some materials that we can project. And I'm not sure if I should project directly or if someone else will be putting the slides up. Does look like I am disabled from screen sharing.
Okay, we'll try to fix that.
All right. Well, in the meantime, I will do my very best to speak very descriptively as I move through things. It helps that the first page is a few key points that you don't need to see on the screen to hit them. So first off, just overall, the Inflation Reduction Act makes historic investments in climate action that are projected to reduce the nation's overall emissions 40% by 2030. What's really important to drive home is that's 40% specifically from the investments in the in the Inflation Reduction Act. When you layer on top of that EPA's regulatory initiatives and the regulations at other agencies, plus new state and local action, which we can expect will continue to get more ambitious over time. And on top of that, new innovations from the many exciting companies in this space. Then taken together, we feel very confident that we will achieve the bold goal that President Biden set and that we have submitted under the auspices of the Paris Climate Agreement to reduce US emissions 50% overall by 2030. The investments that we're making through the Inflation Reduction Act are also going to pay dividends long after 2030. So 50% by 2030 is a big goal. The 100% by 2050 or sooner is in some ways even harder. And what the Inflation Reduction Act programs are also going to do is lay the foundation for emissions reductions in hard to abate sectors by scaling things like hydrogen, carbon capture, decarbonizing the electric grid. EPA is going to play a major role in delivering those programs. We received $41.5 billion in appropriated funds. That is money that is in the bank, and actually in the bank as of last week when it got deposited. So we're quite excited about that. And we also expect to receive another $11.5 or so billion in future revenue from reinstating the Superfund tax on oil and gas production. For those of you who have been taking careful notes on the bipartisan infrastructure law, you may recall that also implemented a Superfund tax. That is a different set of taxes. So this is incremental to the new tax revenue from the bipartisan infrastructure law and will allow us to further make significant progress in addressing the environmental contamination across the country, and our Superfund teams are fired up and are already making really great progress in getting funding out the door. So moving forward to the next page, before speaking to that $41 billion in EPA programs in more detail, I want to take a moment to just underscore what's happening across the federal government by virtue of the Inflation Reduction Act. So first off, the biggest single area where the funding is going is tax credits. So there's about $270 billion in new support through tax credits for the electricity sector, clean manufacturing, energy efficiency, electric vehicles, low carbon fuels. So if you've been reading about new price supports for nuclear energy production or for wind and solar or geothermal or electric vehicles, that all falls in that first top bar of about $270 billion. Important to note that on the tax side, these are projections. A lot depends on uptake by the private sector, by individuals. And so across the administration, we're going to be doing everything we can along with state, local, and non-governmental partners to drive adoption and utilization of these tax credits. And we're really heartened by the strong initial interest that we're already seeing. Next, if you go down one row, you get to EPA. So we are in second place, or if you're thinking about agencies with discretionary spending, we're in first place. When you take that $41.5 billion in appropriated spending and you add in that Superfund tax revenue, we have about $56 billion to deploy. Next closest is the Department of Agriculture, then the Department of Energy, and then there's about 15 other agencies that received appropriations targeting climate and clean energy, including some really exciting investments like $3 billion to further electrify the US Postal Service fleet, $3.4 billion to upgrade the federal government's fleet and buildings. And so really a broad set of investments that we'll be making at all levels to drive decarbonization. So now going into that $41.5 billion in a bit more detail, there are about 24 new and existing programs at EPA that received funding. That said, 6 of these programs account for 98% of the money. So if you want to just prioritize based off of dollar figures, the 6 you see on the screen here are the ones that account for the lion's share of the funding. 27 billion is going to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And we're really looking forward to discussing that in more detail with this group later today, and look forward to input from the EFAB on the design of that program. Second biggest is the climate pollution reduction grants. This is $5 billion in grants that will go to state, local, and tribal entities. And there's two steps to the grant program. First, we will provide grants to develop for recipients to develop greenhouse gas reduction plans. And then the second part of this program is to provide implementation grants for recipients to then go implement the plans that they have submitted and that have been approved. We have to provide at least one grant to every state, though the grant does not have to go to a state. So we haven't yet provided any sort of outward guidance on how we're thinking about the number of recipients, but suffice to say, by statute, there will be at least one recipient in every state, and the eligible entities include states, local governments, tribes. And so we are excited to fund climate action at all levels of government. Third on this page is the environmental and climate justice block grants. We're really excited about this $3 billion investment that will allow us to fund community-based nonprofit organizations that are investing in a wide range of climate and environmental justice activities. I joined the call during a discussion taking place, joined this call during the discussion about technical assistance. And it's important to underscore that within that $3 billion figure, there's 200 million that's specifically dedicated towards providing technical assistance to help local communities access funding and successfully deploy these projects. So one of many ways that we're really doubling down on technical assistance to local communities to help them successfully access this funding. Third, the next one down is grants to reduce air pollution at ports. So EPA has a long track record of funding emissions reduction activities at ports through our DERA program, the Diesel Emission Reduction Act. And this is an opportunity to really expand that out to a whole nother level. We will be providing funding for ports and actors who interact with ports to develop climate action plans and to purchase and install zero emission technology. We know that many ports have significant impacts on the air quality of surrounding neighborhoods. So this is an opportunity to also make significant strides on the administration's environmental justice mission and to push hard on non-attainment zones in and around port facilities. Then we've got two more, the methane emissions reduction program and clean and heavy duty vehicles. So methane, this is really, there's two exciting parts to this program. Part one is implementing a methane fee. So the legislation authorizes EPA to implement a fee that will be assessed against midstream and upstream producers of natural gas. That methane waste emission charge will start at $900 per ton in 2024, and it will increase up to $1,500 per ton by 2026. And it will apply to a large number of medium and large size producers throughout the value chain as specified within the statute of the legislation. So we're quite excited about the work that will go to implement that. It also was very carefully crafted by Congress to complement EPA's methane regulations. And so a lot of thought went into this by members of Congress with technical assistance from the administration. And it is a good belt and suspenders approach to the administration's broader methane strategy. The second part of the program is grants technical assistance to accelerate emissions reductions from petroleum and natural gas systems. So in addition to implementing that methane waste emissions charge, the agency will also be running grant competitions to help jumpstart the efforts to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas industries. And so again, we are pushing on it on all fronts and And for those of you who are familiar with the methane strategy that was released by the White House early in the administration, pushing ambitiously on methane emissions is a early and important part of the overall strategy to get to that 50% emissions reduction by 2030. Lastly is clean and heavy duty vehicles. And so this is $1 billion for grants, rebates, and contract support to replace heavy duty vehicles with zero emission alternatives, of which 400 million is specifically for non-attainment areas. We have been put through our paces over the last year implementing the $5 billion Clean School Bus program. In a very similar way, the Clean Heavy Duty Vehicles program builds on the successes of the DERA program that I was speaking about in the context of port. So Ale Nunez, who is with you all in person today and facilitating the discussion on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, is also the OAR lead for mobile sources and the expert and champion of these programs, the heavy duty vehicles programs, the port programs within OAR. And we're just really excited about the amazing work that's going to be well funded through those programs as well. So again, 6 programs, 98% of the total funding. However, the percentages get a little skewed when there's a whole bunch of extra zeros at the end. So if I go to the next page, here you'll see the remaining programs that account for the last about $1 billion. And in any normal, rational EPA budget cycle, these would already be huge amounts of funding. We remain incredibly excited about what we'll be able to achieve here. And the fact that they are in the millions and not billions should not in any way detract from the impact that we'll be able to achieve. I won't walk through each of these line by line in the interest of time, but to just highlight a few. First off, $235 million for fence line air monitoring and other air monitoring programs. This is another huge opportunity to deliver on the president's commitment to make air monitoring a central part of the environmental justice commitment. Also want to highlight that there is investment here to address air pollution in schools, to implement the recently ratified Kigali Treaty on HFCs, to provide consistent labeling standards for low embodied carbon for construction materials, and even $40 million for us to bolster our capacity for permitting and environmental reviews, which is critical as EPA is supporting other agencies and at the federal and state levels permit projects effectively. So we're quite excited about what all of this will enable us to do, both in terms of programs where we are running major grant activities at EPA and also programs where we are enabling fantastic work across the federal government. This next page highlights a large number of investments in the Inflation Reduction Act at other agencies. We will be uploading this presentation into the record, and I encourage you all to spend some time reading through some of the great investments outside of EPA, but within the Inflation Reduction Act in environmental justice, power sector, transportation, industry, buildings. We are getting to that 50% emissions reduction by 2030 by investing across sectors. And this page just highlights a few of those exciting investments. There's also a lot more detail on the White House website at whitehouse.gov. Through all of this, we have a few goals that should not surprise you, because they are goals that we bring to the bipartisan infrastructure law and to all of our work. So as we are designing these programs, we are thinking about how to maximize benefits, both public health, climate benefits. We are ensuring that we put environmental justice at the forefront of this program design. And we are appreciative that in many cases, Congress specifically designated some of the funds in each of these programs to non-attainment areas or to low-income and disadvantaged communities, and we'll be working very thoughtfully to implement these programs consistent with congressional intent and also with the President's Justice 40 initiative. We are working hard to harmonize how we are implementing these exciting investments and making sure that they reinforce our regulations, that they work well with other EPA programs and programs being implemented across the federal government. We are engaging with a broad set of stakeholders. I was just on with our local government advisory committee. I'll be going and joining one of our environmental justice stakeholder calls later this afternoon. We're really looking forward to the deep dive with this group on the GHG fund. We have a number of requests for information that will be going out later this year. So we're doing a lot to pull from the best ideas and the smartest folks that are out there. We will be building on the expertise in the regions, folks like Ed and his crack team, and the 9 other amazing regional teams across the country. And of course, throughout all of this, we will be putting financial integrity at the forefront and making sure that folks have confidence that EPA can not just get a significant amount of funding out the door, but get it out to the intended recipients and the intended uses, and make sure that it's going to the communities of greatest need. This last page, again, just to underscore, we're going to be taking advantage of the input from all of our federal advisory committees. We're launching a number of public meetings and stakeholder sessions. I mentioned the RFIs. For those of you who are interested in weighing in on other programs where EFAB has not been given a charge, there will be ample opportunities. For those of you who have colleagues who are excited to participate, send them to the EPA website. There will be no shortage of opportunities to share their thoughts. And like I said, we're really looking forward to benefiting from all of that. So from there, I'm going to pull down the slides. I hope this was helpful to orienting you to the Inflation Reduction Act and the exciting programs that the agency received. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have from the presentation.
Yeah, before we take questions, I just want to let all of you know the slides and all the materials and resources that even in the previous session that Robin put into the chat, it will be available. In fact, the resources I just saw, Tara had already put up on the web page about the meeting materials. So if you want to go there and take a look, I know Zion, I mentioned this because it's hard to see just because of the screen size. But there's a lot of information that Zealand's slides I think will has that you'll be interested in, and the opportunities for engagement and comment as well. So with that, I'll open for comments and questions.
I'll just make a first comment. This is Carrie O'Neill from Inclusive Prosperity Capital, for the record. And so this is on top of the $60 billion from the infrastructure, which we have several new board members, but in previous, April board meeting and other board meetings, we had gotten the rundown of that. So it is stunning, the amount of investment that's now coming to EPA. And I'm curious as to how you think about cross-agency prioritization, or are you taking it kind of program by program, and how are you balancing that internally at the agency?
It is the $100 billion question for sure. We are fortunate that the programs have been distributed across our national program offices. So the Office of Water received the lion's share of the bipartisan infrastructure law programs. They received about $50 billion of the $60 billion. And in that program, now the Office of Air is getting their turn to be in the hot seat with the lion's share of this funding. But we're certainly pulling on resources across the agency. We are prioritizing, both bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act grants and hiring wherever we can to sort of expedite them in some of our support processes. We're looking at opportunities to detail folks in both from parts of the agency where there's some capacity, and also from other agencies. The fact is, though, that this is an incredibly ambitious administration that has been remarkably successful in 2 years at passing sweeping legislation that is putting a lot on many agencies. And so we are also relying very heavily on hiring new folks to join the agency. And we have already brought in several hundred new team members to support the bipartisan infrastructure law. We are moving quickly to hire hundreds more to support the Inflation Reduction Act. And we're quite optimistic that this will also address another looming management challenge we have at the agency, which is that we have a large share of retirement eligible employees. And so to some extent, these programs are providing the opportunity for us to bring in more people than we normally would. And that will position us well when we start to attract more folks in the years ahead to promote internally and create more opportunities. So we actually think this is it's a lot of work for sure, but in some ways, the extra work on hiring and implementing will be part of the solution to a looming retirement challenge that otherwise would be much harder to address. And that's one other silver lining.
Dave?
For the record again, it's Dave Wegner. Zealand, thanks for your comments. You spoke a lot to what the EPA is doing internally to spool up to handle the money, which is great. I guess to get back to Carrie's question on how are you synergizing this money across the agencies, I'm wondering, I know EPA sits on the water subcabinet. Is this discussion of how to synergize being handled at that policy level?
It is. So in both for the bipartisan infrastructure law and for the Inflation Reduction Act, we have a lot of established interagency and deputies coordination tools. And so we are taking advantage of those groups sort of across the board. So we have a climate task force and deputies committee, which is going to be the principal coordination function for a lot of the Inflation Reduction Act programs. We stood up a separate implementation task force and deputies process for the bipartisan infrastructure law programs. And we have a number of interagency working groups that have very clear thematic mandates and are in the process of refocusing their time and reprioritizing these programs now that they have this source of funding and this is an area of sort of highest and best use of their time. So there are many interagency working groups that have been established and they're off to a good start. I mean, we've been providing input. I'll use the Treasury tax credits as a good example. So Treasury is moving quickly to implement a large number of new tax credits in the law. We have been very successful at coordinating input across DOE, DOT, EPA to make sure that on something like new investment and production tax credits for low carbon and zero carbon energy sources, we're making sure that Treasury is fully thinking about the suite of EPA regulations, taking into account all of the investments that DOE received in low carbon technologies and the inflation in the infrastructure law. And we expect to be the beneficiary of similarly well coordinated input on our program design.
Okay, do we have any questions online? Zilla, you did such a great job that you just have one question. We're gonna obviously invite you back. We have a few more upcoming meetings by the spring. I suspect a lot will change. One question that I'm hoping we have a little time that you could elaborate a bit is, in the last panel session, Dave asked about sort of accountability and Casey Becker talked about the IG and so forth. And if you could just say a little more about how we're addressing accountability issues and measurement of outcomes and so on, I think the board members would benefit from that.
So I'll take those as discrete pieces. First, on the accountability front, we have multiple lines of defense. So the first line is the upfront program design and the sort of proactive steps that we can take to identify and prevent fraud. And to give you one example of that in action, we had several $1 billion worth of applications for our clean school bus rebate competition this year. For those of you who weren't following it closely, that was one of the new programs in the Inflation Reduction Act to fund electric, propane, and CNG school buses. And one of the program design decisions that was made is every school district that applied needed a sam.gov application portal. And while it created a bit of a burden that we had to coach and support school districts through, we felt that was critical because that sam.gov application portal has very strong fraud protection characteristics. They have honed the processes for verifying that if you say you're the Tempe school district, you are in fact the Tempe school district, and not a hacker who has just opened up a post office box somewhere in Arizona. And so that is one example of how we built in fraud prevention at the front end of one program. Those front end fraud protection activities really vary by program design, and each program is going to be thinking about that as they are working on their applications. The second step is, what are the sort of reactive steps that you can build into the process? So again, using the Clean School Bus program as a lens to make this feel very tangible. That application closed in August. Since August, Ale Nunez's team has been going through and they've been doing quality control and fraud checks against the applicants to, again, look for, they went through a fraud awareness training that was hosted by our Inspector General. They have a list of best practices for identifying potentially fraudulent applications that they might have made it through that sam.gov front end step, but now we're in the second line of defense, and they've flagged a number of applications that have some of the characteristics of potential fraud and are now doing additional checks to verify that these applicants are indeed real school districts that are coming in for funding. The third line of defense is our Inspector General, and our Inspector General's staff also received funding through both laws to support their activities. They are hiring up hundreds of staff, both in headquarters and in the regions, and they will be doing audits and inspections, and they will be looking for fraud, and they have the authority to criminally prosecute fraud. So we will be working on all three stages across all of these programs to ensure that there is sufficient fraud prevention and accountability. On the measurement front, we are similarly starting at the front end, working with every program to define what is the vision and what does success look like. How do you then measure success and get at and build that into your systems? And then what is the feedback loop on the back end? So how do you get your metrics and then continually improve going forward? So we are fortunate that EPA has a chief evidence officer, that we've invested a lot of time and energy in this space since the passage of the Evidence Act. And each of our programs are developing what's called a logic model. So it is essentially a hypothesis driven, what is your theory of impact activity? And then the logic models help inform the performance indicators. The performance indicators, as they're implemented, show up on management dashboards and are very useful for senior leadership in helping coach and support teams in their implementation. And I will just, again, anchoring on the school bus program, not because it's the only program implementing best practices, but because it's just a easy framework to bring this to life a bit. The Clean School Bus team has implemented very useful real-time dashboards that allow us to see the status of the competition, that allow us to see where the applicants are, when the applications were coming in. We set targets for how many applications we wanted to receive from each region, how many applications we wanted to receive from disadvantaged communities, and we're able to see day by day how we were progressing against those targets, and that then informed where we were providing additional support to different teams, and was one of several reasons why we were able to significantly exceed the initial goals that we set out for that work. So hopefully, Dave, hopefully that helped address some of those questions.
Okay, I see no questions. So Zion, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Carrie. Look forward to joining back in to listen to this afternoon's session on the GHG fund.
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
looking forward to that too.
Yeah. Just a resource note, Carrie just leaned over about the evidence officer, just what Zealand's referring to, and this may be helpful as we get into discussions about accountability and data and all that, is that I think it's the Evidence Act that was passed, and it requires the agency to have a chief data officer, evaluation officer, and a statistical officer. And all three EPA has, and it's something that we can share who they are with you as well as you develop any interest in this area. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Carrie. I think the next item is something that people really want to get to.
Give me the easy things.
No, I would just say, Tara just reminded me that there is a list of restaurants. Yes, in the packet. So
Yeah, so we have lunch on our own. We'll come back right at 1. We have a busy afternoon, so fortify yourself with good nutrition, and we'll see everyone back here at 1. I, for one, really I appreciated the range of topics this morning. I think it's going to set us up very well for what we'll be discussing today and tomorrow. So thanks, everybody.
and remember to drink a lot of water, folks. Those of us who are from flatland. Okay, I'd like to get started in 1 minute. Okay, we're gonna get started again. Good afternoon. I think now it's good afternoon with only Gwen, only your time zone are still, folks watching you will be good morning. I think we have a question before I get started. Is that, do I see a pen?
Just a question. Remember that 2-pager on the, the act? Was that distributed?
Which 2-pager?
I guess on the greenhouse gas reduction fund that
The
was
legislation.
available, yeah. That was available to the sub, the work group, the.
Oh, yes. I don't think we distributed the language, but we can do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Because I think there was the one that I shared with you that was just excerpt, 2-page excerpt of just the section that we could share. Yes, we can do that. But that was not shared with the entire board because it's in the law, but I'll be happy to share that. Okay, so we're gonna get started. Carrie?
I just wanted to mention that Zach Davidson has now joined us.
Welcome, Zach.
Hi, thank you.
So we're gonna get started with this afternoon session with the greenhouse charge from EPA that's being proposed on the greenhouse gas reduction fund provision of the Inflation Reduction Act. And just a quick short history on this. It's a charge that EPA is bringing forth to the EFAB that just came up. And I say this for the public because a lot of the information just became available and we started posting them about a week or so ago. And also about 2 weeks ago, we the board created an exploratory work group where members of this subgroup of this board started meeting with our clients at EPA to help vet to come up with a draft set of charge questions that EPA could actually propose to the board at large, this board meeting today. And what this session today is to start to see that set of charges and to work on them today and tomorrow. So for today's session, we have Ellie Nunes and Tim Profeta, who are the representative from the administrator's office. I know on the agenda, they're affiliated with the Office of Air and Radiation, but for this project, they're actually speaking for the administrator's office because the charge itself is coming from the administrator's office. I want to be really clear about that because there are some questions about that, whether there was any meaning behind somebody from OAR, Office of Air and Radiation, working on this, but absolutely not. It's from the administrator's office, the charge is coming. And today's objective, as the DFO, I just wanted to kind of share that there are two sessions on the agenda. There's this afternoon session, there's also a session tomorrow. But today's session is to make sure that Ally and Tim present a clear understanding of what the law says and what the charge questions mean. And so today, at the end of the day, hopefully there's a common understanding of what EPA is asking of all of you in terms of that's the purpose of today's conversation. Tomorrow, there will be more opportunities to fine tune and work on the charge questions and also the work planning going forward. And that relates to the timeline that I discussed this morning in terms of check-ins with the full board in November and twice in December, and of course, full board meeting in person in February. So with that, if there are any questions about that, please let me know. But otherwise, I will turn it over to LA and Tim to lead the session. Welcome. And by the way, I didn't get into their bios because they have really illustrious career behind them. But I know that they have really important topic that they wanted to talk to you about. So please read their bio, please.
Thank you. And it's such a pleasure to be here with you all. We have been learning already from some of you in the work group where we discussed these proposed charts that we want to bring to you. Before we get started, we wanted to give you the context, assuming that not everyone is deeply familiar with this very, very short piece of statutory text. So Tara, if you don't mind putting the slide, we only have one slide, which I think should help to have a graphic element that you can refer to. I'm going to describe this in general. The next slide, Tara, please. Yes. So this is our attempt to summarize the legislation. Not everything is in there. So let me start by going through these key elements, and then we're going to take a closer look. Tim is going to walk us through some of the elements, and we can stop and take stock. And then we're going to cover the proposed charge and explain how it's structured in different buckets. And I hope we will be able to achieve everything in this session. So let me get started. So the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is a new program that Congress amended the Clean Air Act to actually create this new program that provides for $27 billion total for a competitive grant program for EPA to award funding for different activities that are summarized in technical assistance and financial assistance. So the legislation in fact has three different pots. One is a $7 billion funding stream, and then the second and third pots are 11.97. So for discussion purposes, I would refer to the 12 billion pots, and then the 8 billion in competitive grants. And we divided them in two right now. Not the law really talks about three. So we shouldn't read anything into this the way we have described. This is just that the funding streams number 2 and 3 share most of the key elements. So let me start with the first one. 7 billion in competitive grants for states, municipalities, tribal governments, and eligible recipients. The word eligible recipients has a very specific definition in the statute that is core to how the other two pots function. So let me take that later. But these are the eligible recipients under a first 7 billion fund that should be used to provide grantees with funding that then the grantees can use to provide sub-grants, loans, or other forms of financial assistance and technical assistance. This pot of money refers to zero emission technologies in general, which is defined in the statute, but it also singles out distributed technologies on residential rooftops. This is specifically mentioned in the law. What are some conditions for these funds? They must enable low-income and disadvantaged communities to deploy or benefit from zero-emission technologies and to carry out other greenhouse gas emission reductions activities. So that's the summary of the first 7 billion fund for states, municipalities, tribal governments, and then the eligible recipients. So the second and third pots of 12 billion and 8 billion are for eligible recipients. There's a very specific definition in the statute, which is a nonprofit that provides capital, including by leveraging private capital, That entity does not take deposits other than from repayments and other revenue from using these grant funds, is funded by public or charitable contributions, and invests in or finances projects alone or with other investors. So this is the definition of eligible recipients. Now, what are those EPA funds supposed to be used to? So financial and technical assistance, just like for the first pot of money. This part of the statute talks about projects that reduce or avoid greenhouse gases and other forms of air pollution in conjunction with the private sector. Actually, the statute says there are different ways for the eligible recipients to invest the money, either through direct investments in qualified projects or indirect investments through funding and technical assistance to establish new or support existing public, quasi-public, and nonprofit entities that provide financial assistance to projects at the state, local, territorial, or tribal level, as well as community lenders. Now, all of these elements are shared between those second and third streams. The one carved out expressly for the 8 billion pot of money is that 8 billion must be invested in low-income and disadvantaged communities. So let me mention two key dates in the law. The statute requires CPA the languages begin making grants on a competitive basis within 180 days of enactment. So that's February 12th of next year. And all this funding is available to EPA to make awards until September 30th, 2024. So we are on a very tight time frame, and that's what will lead to some discussion on how to possibly streamline the proposed charge. But so that's the basics of the law. We're going to leave that on the screen so that you can have a reference point, but I think it's worth spending a few more minutes taking a closer look at some of these elements, which I haven't mentioned everything.
Thank you, Ali. And, I think as everybody absorbs those dates, we can say that is Congress gave us those dates, and we're excited for the opportunity that they provide us for speed. Again, I just want to express my appreciation to Carrie, to Ed, to everybody on the work group. I think we've already had a really great and sort of valuable engagement, and I'm really looking forward to working with the board going forward. I'm going to add I want to sort of drill in on a couple of key questions or key ambitions from the statute. I think as Craig observed, it's about 1.5 pages of text in Microsoft Word. I would encourage everybody to read the entirety of it. And also feel free to flag, raise any other important pieces or ambitions from the statute you think that I'm not going to describe here. But as we look at the statute, there's really, I want to flag 5 sort of key aspects of the statute, key ambitions expressed by Congress that are going to have to be put in balance a bit as we design and execute this program. I'm going to actually want to read, and I'll speak slowly the language of the statute to make sure that I don't misstate or misrepresent anything that Congress said. First, in the definition of what a qualified project is to get funding either direct from a direct grantee or through indirect grantee, there was 2 sort of ambitions or goals flagged by Congress. One is these projects should reduce or avoid greenhouse gas emissions or other forms of air pollution in partnership with and by leveraging investment from the private sector. So that one sort of contains 2 things: leverage and greenhouse gas reductions and other pollution reduction. The second aspect, and that's subsection A of that, subsection B of that says the qualified project should also assist communities in efforts of those communities to reduce or avoid greenhouse gas emissions and other forms of air pollution. So that is community benefits, which is definitely something that's strongly throughout this provision. Second 2 areas I'd like to flag come from the instructions to the direct investment grantees, those in the second column here that are getting direct grants from the EPA fund. In that, the instructions for those grantees are that they should one, prioritize investment in qualified projects that would otherwise lack access to financing. So we're trying to reach places that the private market's not reaching in terms of financing for these sorts of projects. Two is those grantees should retain, manage, recycle, and monetize all repayments and other revenue received from fees, interest, repaid loans, and other types of financial assistance provided using grant funds to ensure continued operability. So there's an instruction for making sure that this fund continues to be operable forward into the future. And finally, there's a provision in the instructions for the indirect investments. The investments are going to be made through our grantees to another subgroup of institutions, that the fund should provide funding and technical assistance to establish new or existing public, quasi-public, not-for-profit, or non-profit entities that provide financial assistance to qualified projects at multiple jurisdictional levels. So the funding should flow through to these and sort of build capacity down to the new institutions that can service at the community level as well. So again, I just want to flag those five because we sort of think about what was Congress's vision for this program. They definitely have put some clear demarcations in the statute what they want the agency to use it for. And as you probably can already sense, there's probably some balancing to do between these ambitions as we design the program. At this point, I think we're thinking maybe we pause and make sure there's any clarification of the provisions, how we describe them, and before we turn to the charge.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Ted Chapman, Hilltop Securities. I think you had alluded to it, like private sector, encouraging the private sector participation. So, I mean, at least for that first bucket of funding, excuse me, kind of a two-part question. Are there any local matches? And then I guess the second part of that is there any not to exceed such that the grant cannot be more than 49% of the total project cost or something like that, or could it potentially be 100% of the investment?
No, there's no, I think we describe literally the entire text of the statute. So that means that there are framing elements that we just wanted to take a closer look, right? But it also means that EPA has discretion on in the way the agency will implement the program. So we gave you everything we have.
Dave Wegner, two quick questions just to help clarify your comments and put them in context. You mentioned the 5 points. Do you see those as nested together, or do you see them as individual buckets, so to speak?
I think the answer is we can ask ourselves that question, which by going through the budget reconciliation process, there's very little detail. There's a lot of discretion that was given to the agency by Congress. I think I see it as they should be thought of as one strategy, so nested in that. But in doing so, you have to think about balancing between them and designing programs that can further all 5 aims at once. But I see it as a single strategy, not separate programs.
That helps. Yeah. You mentioned single strategy. Second part, though, is, and I think it was your first or second point, you mentioned the use of private or leveraging of private funding. Are you thinking about the use of public-private partnerships, P3s in particular, or do you have some other vehicle that you're considering?
Would love for EFAB to provide recommendations and advice to us, because we're relaying what's the language of the statute, but there aren't the specific financial structures or even types of projects like written into the law. qualified projects are anything that reduces or avoids greenhouse gas emissions. Like that, there's some of these definitional concepts are very broad. So, and we are seeking, and the administrator Michael Regan would like to seek advice and recommendations from the EFAB in order to be able to articulate a vision. And I should have said this out at the outset. That's one thing that we've discussed with the work group members that we met to discuss these proposed charge questions that we want to bring to you now, is that it would be great for us to receive options, advice on options with pros and cons, advantages and disadvantages, in order to have a more informed view that we can bring to the administrator, in order for him to make a decision on how to fully implement the program. All of these are core elements. We were just relaying what are the key factors in the law, right? But that also shouldn't mean it means we are going to run one competitive process for all three streams of that. We have to follow the rules, and there are eligible recipients that are different, particularly between the 7 billion and then the other two, 12 and 8. So those things, I think the elements are key, and how we would like for you all to help us think about how to potentially structure this. But I think some things we'll have to consider in terms of the implementation aspect. Like, it doesn't all mean that everything will be packed together, right? But those are core things in the statute.
I just wanted to, I think I'll make a very welcome addition to my first comment. A single, as I think thinking everything is a single strategy doesn't mean it's a single program. And the options and the pros and cons for the various ways of structure is what we would hope for.
Right.
Thanks, Craig Holland, the Nature Conservancy, for the record. I'm curious if the law has a detailed definition of what constitutes technical assistance. I'll give you an example just that I'm thinking of specifically. There are going to be policy, regulatory, and legal hurdles to, say, setting up a community solar program, particularly if you're taking rate base away from, a private utility or something to that effect. So if a community group or an NGO or local municipality wants to study that specific issue, there are many other issues, I'm just using that as an example, what would they be able to access these funds for technical assistance specifically for those types and other types of activities?
The short answer is the statute has no definition of technical assistance. I can read you the language. The observation I'll make, though, is important to realize this is a new section of the Clean Air Act. And so if there's definition in the Clean Air Act, of which I am not aware whether there is or not at this moment, that would be irrelevant for the interpretation as well.
Okay, Craig. Oh, I'm sorry, George. We just had Craig.
George Kelly with Earth Recovery Partners, and two quick questions. One relates to, if you spend money with the indirect investments, do they have to follow the criteria of the direct investments? For example, you mentioned that you have to prioritize investments that otherwise would lack investments from the private sector. Would that be applying to how the indirect investments need to make their awards? And then the second thing I thought I heard you say, Tim, was it's to reduce or avoid greenhouse gases or other pollutants. And I just love clarity and thoughts on either one of those or both.
I'm actually looking at the statute, George, while we speak here. The instructions for the first factor, the gap filling, otherwise lack access, is for an eligible recipient who's doing direct investment. The instruction language for indirect investments says that they shall be supported for qualified projects those are projects to reduce greenhouse gases or bring benefits to communities. It doesn't, this is a statutory interpretation, doesn't carry I'm actually doing impromptu, statutory interpretation here. But it doesn't carry that language down to the ineligible, to the indirect recipients.
Yes, I would like to add that I think that's part of what we would ask EFAB to help us figure out in terms of recommendations for implementation, because again, the text is very short, and there are a few principles, as we said, there are these concepts in the law, right, that would help inform what is the right way to implement all this, or most appropriate way to implement all these provisions, that I think some of these we're gonna see when we start discussing the proposed charge. And I will say other forms of air pollution is not defined in the statute, but the definition of zero emission technologies that actually applies to the 7 billion pot does say in the statute pollutants listed under section 108 of the Clean Air Act, which are the criteria pollutants that are subject to NAAQS standards. So particulate matter, ozone, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and lead. That actually is the definition of zero emission technology, in addition to greenhouse gases, which are also defined in the law. But I just wanted to flag there's this additional element in the other definition of zero emissions technology, but there's no definition of other forms of air pollution in the context of the definition of qualified products.
Okay. I see no other questions for this section. No? None online, as far as I can tell. So
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Tara. So let us start talking about the proposed charge that we have discussed with a few members of the work group that was created to help come up with this initial list for your consideration. I will say two things. Three things actually. That, as I already said, I'd like to reiterate that Administrator Regan his desire is for the EFAB to actually provide options with pros and cons that help us have a robust set of considerations to actually come to the best decision about what's the most appropriate way to implement the program. It's going to look like this list is massive and it might sound a bit scary. So we wanted to say from the outset, first we wanted to review the list, have a robust discussion, and then we are very open to areas for cuts. We have done our own thinking, and I think others can actually also help us think through how to narrow down this charge if that's necessary, particularly that our hope is to have a full work product. And there's a lot of discussion that we've been having about what does that mean that is feasible for EFAB actually. Given our time frame, we would love to have information from you all by mid-December as a target date. So this is a very, very tight time frame. We have a very long list for which we are very open to figure out what are the core areas where your expertise is key to inform the design questions that EPA will be facing. Maybe it's not everything, and we're very open to use hopefully tomorrow's time to actually help narrow this down. So we're very open to having that discussion, and also that there are some questions where you, particularly based on your experience as practitioners in this world, that actually can help inform what happens on the ground. It could help EPA inform the design elements of this program. That there are some things that we could divide into actual questions where you could help us inform the key design questions, but also others that are more well, you know a lot about certain topics. There are a lot of references in the literature, studies, assessments that have been done that maybe all that this could involve would be giving us the references as opposed to having you doing a lot of legwork. That would be very useful for us to have also. So there are some of these questions in this very long list that might be something that's an easier lift, so that EFAB could then actually focus on the things where you can provide a lot of insights based on your experience working on these issues. So with
Elaine,
that,
before you go on, I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of who actually helped in the
Yes.
exploratory work group in developing a set of draft proposed charge questions that Ali and Tim are about to go talk about. Margot Kane was on, Craig Verenkovich, and Dennis Randolph, Marilyn Wade, Jeff Dio, George Kelly, Gwen Yamamoto Lau, Ashley Allen Jones, and Eric Hangen. I believe that's everyone. Did I miss anyone on the exploratory work group? No, great. Just wanted to make sure that we're completely transparent about that.
so let me explain how we have structured this document that you received yesterday. We, in discussing areas where we would really want to get information from the EFAB and where the expertise of the very diverse membership in the EFAB also would like to speak to us about issues, we decided to suggest 3 buckets of questions. One that refers to the objectives, purposes of the program. The second one is questions around program structure. And the third one relates to questions about program implementation and oversight. So we're gonna go through each of these buckets. And then our hope is maybe we can stop after each of these and then take some questions and then give you all the whole list, and hopefully we can achieve this. Yes, before 2:45. Okay, so let me start with the first bucket on objectives of the program. Everything is tied to the text of the statute that Tim walked us through in detail. So the first one would be issues around integration of environmental justice, which, as we see, is a core element of this program. Definition of low income and disadvantaged communities. This is a term that is used across the Inflation Reduction Act and is also very prominent in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So we thought, in terms of these definitional issues, and we thought we could propose for your consideration, what considerations should EPA take into account into defining low income and disadvantaged communities in order to ensure fair access by communities and that the funding benefits them? We have a lot of expertise in the agency. We have so much analytical expertise, mapping tools, and we're aware that there are many definitions at the state level, but you are practitioners that confront how these definitions apply to your own practice on the ground. And those are things that we would really benefit from learning to see what are factors that EPA, and there are many people in EPA, you just met our leadership in the new program office. So there are a lot of people with expertise, but it would be very good for us to know from your perspective on the ground, what are key considerations that we should be taking into account that are specific to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Then one question that came in the work group is recognizing that some communities have got more access to funding opportunities than others. What are things that EPA can do to take into account the fact that there's still a gap, that there are communities that haven't yet got that benefit? How can we make sure that those funds actually benefit these communities? How could we identify communities to prioritize specifically for greenhouse gas and other pollution reduction investments, just consistent with the definitions in the law? And then we also talk, and this goes to the question on financial and technical assistance. I mentioned the words of the law. sub-grants, loans, and other forms of financial assistance. EPA's grant regulations actually have a specific definitions for financial assistance, but we'd like to know what kinds of financial assistance we, in the specific context of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, these grant funds from EPA should provide, and what kind of technical assistance in order to ensure that communities are able to be either direct or indirect beneficiaries of the funding. One more thing that we discussed was that there could be a lot of supports, third parties, services, other organizations that are actually coming together and could provide some assistance to help also complement some of that gaps in lack of the technical assistance portion of this. So those are some questions on definition and environmental justice priorities.
We're also going to try and discuss the sub B before we open up to discuss this basket of questions. Sub B is titled Program Efficiency, and this is questions that ask the EFAB to help the agency understand how to really maximize the benefits and be efficient and effective in deploying the capital from the program. You'll note that there's a number of the priorities that we identify in the statute here, asking for the board to have advice on how we make sure that the funding is highly leveraged, how do we make sure it's additional, meaning it's stimulating projects that would not happen absent this funding, how we balance the need for capacity building and short-term results with this instruction for continued operability of the program. And particularly as we look at the recipients, should that
I'm off calendar.
imposed or not, and when is it appropriate to sort of carry that requirement down through our grantees. We're also looking at
yes,
the best leverage from this program to really change the ecosystem in these communities that supports sort of long-lasting change in this ecosystem, and particularly in the low-income disadvantaged communities. And we're not just looking for other programs that might be example programs or programs where you can actually
I think you'll be fine if you're loading. It's just that I probably
leverage them and partner with programs that are pre-existing.
my board
to
meeting
get-
is happening right
get
now.
our the fund operating quickly and effectively in our target
And you
communities.
know how daddy is, he's not gonna want to go.
So,
I'll take you to go.
I think generally that what we're looking for, the advice of the board here is how to structure a program to sort of maximize the benefits and the speed with which we can get the benefits to our recipients while also considering the other ambitions of the statute. So
Maybe why don't we stop here? This is the end of the first bucket, and it would be great to have some discussion. If you have any questions or some initial reactions.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everyone, remember today's session is really to understand what's being asked. And so if there are any questions about the clarity or what is being asked, I think this is the time to ask. And then the other aspect is that I think LA and Tim are doing this in 3 buckets, because we realize that when you look at the document, there's a lot of relationship between the buckets here. But I think this will allow sort of the clarity or clarifying questions. I think they thought that it would allow a better discussion of the clarifying question and the clarification of the answers as well. So we have a question for Eric.
This is more a question than anything else. Eric Rothstein, Clarity Rothstein Group. Kind of curious, has there been some development of some basic sort of analytical templates that can be used to evaluate, basic return information and project performance information, so that everybody has clarity about how they're to apply what's the information they need to provide? It's in a consistent format so that the people that are receiving the information can make appropriate comparisons between one proposal and another proposal and so forth. Has that stuff already been built? Is that something you guys are looking to have done? Help me understand.
So that doesn't exist yet. And I hear potentially that could be part of the issues that EFAB could possibly recommend. What are ways to streamline? In other words, we want all these concepts to actually help inform the design of our terms and conditions for the request for applications. Like how much does EPA, we know our grants regulations very well. We know implementation and oversight, all the federal regulations. But in order to apply these concepts of leverage, additionality, sustainability, if at all of this, you have a lot of expertise, and this very diverse advisory committee could really help us inform how much of these concepts, what do they translate into in the context of the different provisions. So going back to what George was saying, direct or indirect, both of them together, how should all these statutory concepts play out so that then EPA can design terms and conditions? How much do we need to put in there? Those documents or thresholds don't exist yet. We hope to benefit from your expertise to help us inform that.
Well, I'd just like to offer some reassurance that the analytics are not that hard. In fact, they're pretty simple. There's a lot of people that have tremendous expertise here. I'm not one of them. I'm just a simple guy that's just kind of like does a simple spreadsheet, looks at returns, looks at cash flow forecasting, comes to some conclusions. And I think some of those really simple, straightforward, easy to understand tools could go a long way towards giving people clarity about what is the information that needs to be submitted to support projects. And there's going to be all kinds of enhancements that can be made, but the basic analytics, even I can understand.
Oh, Mariana.
Yes, Mariana Peavy with Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. Now, most of the work I do is in water, so I just have a couple questions. Is there any existing programs in air that you guys have kind of looked to maybe mirror leverage? And then my second question beyond that is, when you're doing investing in the private sector, is there thoughts to whether any of this funding will go to maybe research and innovation, or is it strictly to something we know for a fact that will maybe work and reduce emissions?
So I'll say there's nothing, no program like this in the Clean Air Act. This is first of its kind, I would think, at the federal level. But we're obviously looking across IRA, the bipartisan infrastructure law, and not only in EPA, but also across other agencies to see what are the various funding pots, if you will. There's part of the statutory text under the fund talks about filling gaps, projects that would not otherwise have access to capital, right? So, but we are doing that analysis as part not only of implementation of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, but also of implementation of the President's whole of government approach to how we're tackling climate change. So we're trying to identify all of these different pots to see what are the sectors, where are they going. That's helpful part of the due diligence. But we were also asking, as this came up in discussions with the work group, it was suggested to us to actually help inform what are other examples of federal or also state. There might be very useful state examples that could help inform these design questions and could help also inform EPA's analysis of how some of these programs could actually work together. And that we don't have the answer. It's part of the due diligence we're thinking about. And then I'll say on your question about research and development, I think, once again, the definition is greenhouse gas mitigation projects. Well, but it's not specific, right? So I think that exercise that I just mentioned can also help inform these design questions, just because there are many federal programs that are actually specifically focused on R&D, but the definition is broad and EPA has made no decisions. So those are things that I guess the recommendations on how to define qualified projects could help EPA inform this question.
Ashley?
Hi, Ashley Allen Jones, IT Capital for the record. So I just thought I may be jumping a slight bit ahead with this sort of comment / question because I have the benefit of being involved in these conversations for the last few weeks. But Ale, when you just said examples of other federal and state programs, the thing that immediately came to my mind is that with this group, we have such an extraordinary opportunity to look at a lot more than just those examples, right? So I just put together a list, I don't know, as you were speaking, government grants, foundation grants, CDFIs, green banks, innovation funds, private equity funded funds, blended funds, public-private partnerships, right? So if we just took that list and said, what do those look like? If we can come up with a template and I just think for this first part, actually for the first bucket and the second bucket, that type of approach is the one that I naturally go to in terms of saying, here's how this program is done, here are the pros, here are the cons, here's how this is done, here are the pros, here are the cons, here's how this is done, because that's just such a wealth of opportunity, or such a wealth of information that you could just then grab from. And I just think it would be an exciting exercise for this group.
I think that sounds wonderful. The only addendum I put on that actually is then also not just pros and cons them as exemplars, but also as programs that could be partnered with, leveraged, et cetera. And
or design elements could be adopted.
Actually, very action oriented, already going there. So we will go to Eric and then come back to Eric. Yeah, and then Craig. But oh no, his hand was legacy, I think. So we'll go to Eric and come to Craig.
Hi, for the record, Eric Hangen from University of New Hampshire. So Tim, I'm picking up on shoot, now I'm trying to find the quote because I'm looking at my notes here. You mentioned, oh gosh, I took too many notes. Shoot, all right, I'll just have to go from memory. So there are a bunch of ambitions about the program that you talked about, and you mentioned sort of having impact in communities and the speed with which we can reach those communities, like you specifically mentioned, and then you said, as well as meeting as many of the other ambitions of the law as we can. And then Ali, you kind of itemized some of those, like leverage, additionality, et cetera. So I guess I'm wondering if there are, from EPA's perspective, any firsts among equals as we try to take those goals into account. And I specifically, when I heard you, Tim, I kind of mapped that onto there was a webinar that Jahi Wise did for the community development finance sector, where he made a statement that deployment and impact are the quote North Stars, unquote, of the White House on this program. And that sounded a lot like what you were saying around impact and speed of impact. And then, yeah, we want all the other three things that Ali mentioned, like as much as you can, but those, are you kind of telling us that those first two things are like, we have to have those two things and then get us as much of the other things as we can? Or, in terms of like how we satisfy your goals within our recommendations?
Thank you, Eric. I think, we were trying to describe all the statutory elements. So thanks for that reference around the White House. The administrator of the EPA will make a decision. And obviously, I think we can all see that actually benefits to communities is a big part of it's very, very prominent in the implementation of the program. I guess we would all like to rely on your expertise. And this is why we're talking about options, pros and cons, and balancing, because it's not possible to max out everything. And so just understanding, having a clear picture of if we do this, then this is what happens. If we do that, then this is what happens. It would be great to have that information. Because now the administrator hasn't made any decisions. And we think that a robust set of options would help inform that. But obviously we want to make sure, and the administrator is very, very committed to environmental justice. I think we all know that. So those are good things to know. It's just that he himself hasn't provided specific guidance to us on the greenhouse gas reduction fund, other than I would like you all to start engaging with the EFAB so that we can rely precisely on the diversity of the expertise that's represented here to help inform a robust set of options.
Thank you, Craig Holland, the Nature Conservancy, for the record, and thanks for bringing this charge to us. This is very, very exciting. So I have a comment and then a question. I'll comment first. So on the leverage piece, I think oftentimes as a board or even as practitioners, we think about leverage mainly in the sense of matching funds for at a project level. And my sense is that for this fund to be truly impactful in the long term for these communities, we should be looking at leverage opportunities where we're creating institutions or new structures, maybe in some cases new nonprofits or new municipal programs that will have a long-term operating objective to, achieve these goals. So when we think about leverage, I would encourage the board to take a very broad definition of leverage to include basically programmatic leverage, meaning you're creating a program, and therefore in creating a program or creating a new institution, in that way you're gaining leverage. And my question is on the definition of environmental justice in low-income communities. There's a lot of power in us opining on what that definition is, and obviously that's very real-term consequences for the communities that this fund will hopefully deploy money to. So I'm curious if EPA, if we have any budget where we can potentially compensate people for their time who are actively working in disadvantaged communities and doing advocacy work and help and really understand very deeply how to define these issues, to maybe do a listening session or just get their input so that it can inform how we write up the structure. Thank you.
So thank you, Craig. We have, we didn't mention that we actually have $30 million to administer this program which are available until 2031. I think those things, to the extent that the EFAB would like to engage with us and talk about concrete recommendations, these are things that we're obviously happy to listen to and engage with, whether it's part of the implementation of this program or other programs. I will leave it open. We are an open book. We really are. And the reason is because the amount of administrative funding that Congress gave EPA to implement the program is 30 million.
I just want to add two observations. One is, I hope for all these IRA provisions, we don't think of them in stovepipes apart from the other provisions. And there are other provisions in the IRA and that also could help build capacity in the communities like you're talking about. So you should be thinking about the synergies between them as these various provisions as well. Also, I think just to make sure that the board fully grasps this, EPA is not going to be doing direct granting to projects. EPA grants to EPA will grant to recipients, eligible recipients as defined in the statutes, and they will do the granting. And so it's in the terms and conditions of those initial grants that we can have influence over these questions we're talking about. But then those grantees can give technical assistance also as part of that grant. So they're beyond the 30 million that the agency itself. Our direct grantees are able to invest in new institutions and the like you're talking about, Greg.
Yeah, and my understanding from having participated in this is that this 30 million is for our initial, but what happens after the money is grants have gone out, that's where the design elements come in. And the other thing I want to just add to what Tim and Ellie mentioned, just picking up on what Zealand mentioned, was that earlier, I think that one of the programs that he talked about was a $3 billion program with a $200,000 $200 million, whereas this one is 27 billion with a 30 million administrative expense that was allocated. So there's a huge difference. So looking at leveraging for things like what you're describing, Craig, there may be other programs within EPA that could actually serve the same purpose for anyway.
And just to be clear about my question on budget, it was more, we're gonna, my anticipation is that the board's gonna create a document, right, out of this charge that says, these are our recommendations, or these are the pros, cons. So to the degree that we are going to be defining eligibility criteria, I think it behooves us to reach beyond the boundaries of this board and speak to folks in the community that might actually ultimately apply or be beneficiaries of these funds.
Yes, and we absolutely will do that. And as Robin Collin mentioned, this is very important. This agency is committed to environmental justice. So going back to your point, Eric, like these are things that we're thinking about in terms of intentional engagement with environmental justice and other justice-focused organizations. We are just getting started by engaging with you. So how about if we, in the interest of time, we move on to the next bucket?
Actually, there's one more hand up. Why don't we take Dave's question and then move on?
For the record, Dave Wegner, NAS in Wilbur. First a comment and then just a clarification question. First off, disenfranchised communities, environmental justice has been historically underserved. We haven't really developed the metrics that might make a nice spreadsheet and be able to figure it all out. In many cases, it's a distributed impact to many of these communities, whether an age distributed, distance, spatial, temporal distributed. We just haven't put a lot of time into it. So your comment about R&D is critical. We have to understand the context and the depth of the question before we can really dive into it. That's just a comment. My clarification question is, what is the ultimate goal in this? Is it to build, as I hear Craig saying, build capacity so that we can actually address this issue? Or do you have something else in mind in terms of, is it just to recognize the issue? Or is it to how to address the issue? And I don't know if you even thought that much into it, but it kind of helps us determine the level that we go at in looking at the charge in respect to what your goal is.
So I think it would be great to get some guidance from you all on this, because maximizing capacity building and deployment, they might, they might be different, right? And those are things that, based on your own experience, you could help us think how to prioritize. We would obviously like to increase access, but we have many times heard from members of communities that they want to have ownership of the systems. So how do you balance all those things? What are things that we need to be thinking about, and in terms of those purposes, and how to balance them?
I'm a visual person, so I try to envision what this charge, how it might really look. And I think of the lower Mississippi River with all the refineries, the fossil fuel refinery plants there, and the downwind impacts of those emissions from those stacks on the very, very poor communities right below the airstream of that. How would they benefit? How would they implement? How do we make life better for them so the cancer rates go down, or whatever the key other forms of illnesses? I'm just trying to get ahead what you're looking at as a goal. Are these people all of a sudden not going to have cancer? Or are we just going to give them the capacity to recognize the problem and then develop kind of approaches to deal with it? That's what I'm trying to get my arms around.
I think we would appreciate your counsel as to what this program could do to benefit communities. How much can we expect from this program? How can this program be seen in the context of a number of other programs? Where are if our ambition is to fill gaps, where are the gaps to benefit those communities that other programs of the IRA and other parts of the federal government's authority aren't available to address it. I think one of the things that we can observe here is that we are coming to this board very early in the process. You know, as so remembering Craig referring to the page and a half of text. We have a page and a half that we are beginning to execute, and because we have very ambitious timing schedules, but we're also coming very early. So we are embracing the diverse expertise on this board would be able to help us frame and scope and narrow these questions rather than having come to you with them narrowed already.
George, could we come back to your question?
It's just a quick.
Okay.
So when we look at these questions, this is and it goes to the framing issue. Should we be looking at these questions relative to the statutory constraints we have? And I think it's an important issue. For example, funding stream 1 has a much broader definition of the objectives than the qualified projects in funding streams 2 and 3. And so to me, these questions, when you think about objectives, really has, you should be constrained by the law, I would suspect, and rather than being kind of a blank slate kind of dynamic. And then the second question relates to, we heard from Zealand about all this other funding. And some of that could be duplicative of the funding types and streams that we might be thinking about. Ports, as an example. And so should we be carving those out, or should we be thinking, more duplicative? It just seems to make sense to be duplicative in that effort, but welcome thoughts.
Your first question, the answer is definitely yes. The program is created by Congress, needs to be within the bounds of Congress set it. So that's a bit why we started with that language. In the second part, I think we absolutely should be seeing this program in the context of the other programs. And so if the board thinks that a certain class of project or type is well financed through other means, that's a relevant input. If the board thought that structuring some finance out of here would actually allow a community to reach that other program that it otherwise wouldn't, well, that would be almost the flip. So, but definitely seen in the context of the other programs and the amount of investment that public investment is going into these sectors is would be my desire.
Thank you all. So let us go to the second bucket, which we know it's also going to, and we're going to have a very good discussion around this. So program structure. Let me start by saying we already described what's the language of the law on eligible recipients. We would like to know, get guidance on who could be eligible entities, both direct recipients or indirect recipients under this program. Why? Because we've heard from you all that actually there's potentially a diverse world of entities that could fit the definition of eligible recipients. Under the 7 billion, there are state, municipalities, tribal governments. So what offices in the state governments? We don't have clarity on that because EPA hasn't had a program of this sort before. So it would be great to get more specifics on who do you all think could be eligible entities that could benefit from this program directly or indirectly. And we thought that many of you know, actually, we wanted to know what's the total capital deployed by these entities into clean energy and climate projects today. So that's one of the questions where we thought providing references to EPA might be an efficient way of providing guidance. And what you could actually advise us, provide recommendations, is what should be the thresholds for deployment, both in amount and timing, considering what kind of entities could be part of this program, how much money can they handle, should there be intermediaries, how fast could they deploy, based on your experience on the ground. Those are possible questions where we could benefit from your recommendations. And then obviously because low income and disadvantaged communities is a core element of this program. So what eligible entities or indirect recipients would best enable the funds to reach those communities? We talk with the work group that there are actually channels, there are different entities, that there are other actors in this universe that might not actually be the specific entities fitting the definition, but are all connected. So understanding those channels, that how do these structures work in practice? Who are all the actors in the space that could actually help enable get these funds to really reach disadvantaged communities? What are their challenges and opportunities, and how could EPA maximize the use of those channels?
The second piece of that the bucket of questions then turns to what are eligible projects from grantees, and really tries to ask the board's expertise on what types of projects could EPA prioritize, should EPA prioritize. Particularly want to look at the barriers and to private finance for greenhouse gas reduction projects and other projects under the fund. What are those gaps that this funding could fill? What are the are there credit enhancement issues? Are there warehousing issues? Are there risk aversion to different certain investment types still for other reasons that the fund could approach? In that, we do call out again a particular focus on low income and disadvantaged communities and what are barriers for finance reaching those communities. I think we should, I'm thinking, I'm absorbing sort of the conversation. If you remember the slide, there's a 15 billion of the 27 is carved out an intention to benefit low income disadvantaged communities. So we are coming back to that as a priority simply because that is a mandate of the statute. And then, in the conversation working group, we had a pretty good and robust conversation about different contracting vehicles and structures, like new metric oriented sort of ways to construct your contracts, and what are the pros and cons of sort of country that's really looking at performance and recipients' different capacity to work with that sort of structure. One thing I would observe in this is the agency certainly has a deep well of expertise in evaluating performance of projects that we could mine and empower in this program as well.
Sure. And then we also added a couple of questions on that we call here structure of funding. We'd like to know from your own experience whether there could be any potential program requirements that would affect the ability of recipients to use the funds or to quickly deploy the funds, and how do you think EPA could address those issues in program design? Now, we also heard from members of the work group, well, how could recipients comply with existing federal requirements? As we mentioned, this is a new program in the Clean Air Act. We're currently analyzing what are the applicable federal requirements. So from your experience working in potentially programs at the state level that could help inform those questions, are there any ways to streamline these requirements in order for the funds to be able to be deployed quickly? And are there any issues that we should address through program design? We want to create, EPA wants to create a very robust program, but also it wants to recognize the need for taking into account practical considerations. So we had a very good discussion around that, and it's reflected in this list. So that's the end of the second bucket. We welcome questions or comments.
Eric Hangen from University of New Hampshire. I did have a comment that I think some other EFAB members had shared about the performance-based contracting, which is, I mean, a question that I'm perfectly willing to explore it. So this, I don't know, you could kind of tell me, Ed, if I'm getting too into like answering a question versus, But my concern in dealing with low income communities, most of the research shows that it's the early stage financing is actually the hardest stuff to get. It's really hard to get, like a bank or Goldman Sachs or something to like fund your pre-development of your community-owned community solar project. That's usually where the grants are most needed. So like the way that question comes at the issue, to me, and I think to some others on EFAB, just feels at loggerheads with what we know about how equity-focused clean energy projects have to be financed.
Can I just make an observation in, the statement of we are looking for options and pros and cons and balancing. And so that's exactly the inquiry and discussion I think we would invite you to have on this question. And then, perhaps for certain recipients and certain types of projects to be more or less appropriate, that's the sort of expertise we would like to draw in from you.
And I will also add that I think it will be very helpful to have further discussion on all these items tomorrow in an effort to try to narrow down the charge, but also we wanted to recognize, I think we might not have said this clearly, but to you all, like some of these questions were suggested by members of the work group, and we also want to be, we know there's a lot we can learn from you, and that there's a reason why suggestions were made. So it's not just these were EPA's questions. I think we should have further conversation because we see already in the first discussion there are different visions about the objectives, and I think we can also have a similar discussion with respect to this program structure set of questions.
Yeah, and I think Ashley, did you have her tent up? Did you? And then you took it down?
I did, but I can hold until tomorrow's discussion.
Okay, but I just want to add to what Ali just mentioned in terms of, our standard operating procedure on this is really the exploratory work group is working with the client to come up with a draft proposal. So I just want to emphasize what was said here is that a lot of the questions, my observation during the process was that the work group members actually proposed them. So clearly there are things that are not just strictly from EPA. So I do think that I would urge, I think you should, and I urge you to kind of look at the questions, and are they not only the questions that EPA should be asking the group, but also are they the things that you can answer? That's a very important part of this process. And one part of that I wanted to add was that in our work group process and our standard work group process that we've run in other projects is that we have invited outside consultants and others to augment the expertise that you thought that you lacked on the group. So it's not a complete no, but I think, for instance, Ashley has, if you look at the P2, we'll look at the P2 recommendations today, but a lot of the deliverables were really about convening experts and gleaning what was out there as opposed to the board members actually providing specific advice. So I just wanted to mention explicitly about the process. And so the questions are really, you have to look at it as, are these the right types of questions that based on where we are on the program that we ought to be asking you, right? And Tim and Ali, I think, have been very transparent that it's very unique and I think pretty unprecedented that EPA is asking this board for really a program design question as opposed to looking at a program and advising us about a program. So I want to distinguish that. And then the second piece is what are the kind of the expertise that you need and can you actually take this on is something that you ought to kind of look at. Margot, you have your virtual hand up. I see you.
Thank you, Ed. Margot Kane with Spring Point Partners. And thanks everyone for all these great questions. And I was hoping, and I missed some of the earlier calls on this, but I was hoping to better understand why or the reasoning behind including loans or debt as a permissible use of proceeds in both the kind of state funding stream and the others? As that's explicitly called out, and I'm just curious what the rationale was for that.
It's in the statute.
Do you know
the financial assistance doesn't have a definition, but essentially you can see the text refers to sub-grants, loans, or other forms of financial assistance, which we are hoping to get your recommendations on how to spell this out. But as I mentioned before, we also have federal regulations that define this, but the word loans is expressly provided in the statute.
Do you have any sense as to why loans are specifically called out versus equity investments?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I think embedded in Margot's question is that she has opinion on the pros and cons of different financial instruments, which she should feel free to express.
Yeah, clearly, Margot, I think you'll have a lot to say, I'm sure.
Not right now.
Yes.
Not right now.
Okay, I think we can move on. Oh, George, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to get into any debate because that's for tomorrow. I will say I'm the one that raised performance-based, and as a matter of efficiency, I do think our group should be thinking about what do we mean by performance. That can be defined by the program, and you don't have to be prescriptive. And I think that's where the innovation can occur. But if you don't have it, I think the question then gets raised about the efficiencies of deploying the money. My question to Tim and Ali is this question on the what types of contracting vehicle. And as we raised this, and thank you for putting that into the question set, it became, the question I had was, what are the mechanics that we might envision relative to how this might apply? Meaning, would EPA throw out a template contract as an example? Or are they going to just say, here's monies to the indirect folks and you guys figure it out based on the parameters of the game? Is there any sense about of that as we consider that question? Because I think it's something that's unclear in my mind.
So, George, we don't have the specific ideas yet. We'd like to seek your guidance, but I will mention EPA has a sub-awards policy. So our grant lawyers are currently looking at this text against our own competition policies and grant policies of sub-grants policy. There are specific rules. So those are things we're going to be looking at, but potentially I hear some ideas here that we might want to define standard documents, which would make it easier for communities to use. So those are things we'd like to know. Are these things that would make implementation easier, or rather going back to the question about potential ways where we could be making the program more burdensome for the stakeholders? We would like your advice to figure out what's that balance to actually make an efficient, make program implementation efficient. So.
Just as kind of follow up to that, that was a great question. The EPA already has a kind of a model of how they do this in water with the Water Finance Center. I could perhaps envision EPA establishing some sort of clearinghouse or center of expertise, of knowledge, and of potential contract vehicles that might be implementable, whether they're P3s or some other form, straightaway grants. You know, you don't have to reinvent. I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel on this. I think you need to refine the wheel, certainly. But reinventing, I think you might already have some models.
Yes, absolutely. And we have been talking with our experts in the Office of Water and also in the Brownfield program. We're trying to learn internally and also from other federal agencies. So I do believe we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The question of project to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, that's something new. It's very broad. but we're trying to learn internally from our career experts in other parts of the agency.
I think that's one of, I'm sorry, I don't know you're trying to move us, but in terms of redefining the wheel or amending the wheel, the other distinctive aspect of this program is the fact that the EPA is giving grantees the grant to a grantee who is then going to do the financing. It's not EPA direct financing. So, but doesn't mean there's not a lot of structural questions and lessons to be learned from those examples.
And let's move on to the next section, because we now are going to run out of time.
All right, I will talk quickly. I think we suspected that 1 and 2 would be bigger buckets of discussion, so I don't think we're in too bad shape here. For the first question in the third section, execution, reporting, accountability, is the sort of the obvious question for what we raised at the outset in terms of timing. Given the tight timeline for implementation, what would the board's advice be in terms of how to balance the short-term need to, next 180 days to begin to move money out, 2 years for all the money to move out, but also this long-term continued operability desire. And so with that very quick sort of startup window, but a long-term desire, how does the board advise us in any way to execute the program in keeping with that? Would you like to take 2 and 3?
And then we have a couple of questions related to implementation. This is a very broad question. What kinds of requirements could the agency establish to ensure the responsible implementation and oversight of the funding? And then specifically, what governance mechanisms EPA could adopt to ensure accountability to low income and disadvantaged communities, greenhouse gas emissions reductions, and the leverage and recycling of the grants? It might be that actually both of these are similar, and the question really could focus on those third items that are expressly reflected in the law, as opposed to a very broad question on implementation and oversight. But we wanted to put it forward and get your thoughts on this first, understanding that obviously the agency has, we have our own set of regulatory requirements and a lot of experienced people to apply them, but your experience on the ground will help inform how to design those terms and conditions and how to track implementation of the funds.
Just to be clear, I just want to add one sort of addendum on that last, because I think it was in some of the drafts we were talking about with the work group, which is there's definitely, again, I'll start to get old with saying a balance to strike, but there's still a balance to strike here between the need for oversight and accountability of this very large program of the public's taxpayer money that we are deploying to make sure it's being put to use as the Congress wants it to, with the desire not to put so much oversight and accountability on it that it becomes onerous and we stifle the actual investment we're trying to create with it. And so really understanding how that was something that came in the work group. I want to make sure was represented here, that there was a concern that if you go too heavy-footed in the first, you might end up stifling the second, but you need to protect accountability for the funds. So I just want to.
Yeah, only thing I was going to do is clarify. I think you said EPA, but you meant eligible recipients adopt, right? Yeah. So just wanted to make sure. Yeah, and this is, I think, important because after we give out the money after 2024, I think the question really is, how do you continue to ensure these 3 things after EPA gets away from the money, right? Because if we're always, so I think this is a really key question, given what Tim and others have said.
No, thank you. Thank you, Ed and Carrie, for clarifying, but also let me connect to what does that mean for EPA's terms and conditions? Because maybe some of these things can be defined on the front end, actually, to make implementation easier, as opposed to trying to track every single, those are practical questions, but I also think thinking about just what are the requirements, the terms that EPA should impose on the front end would be very helpful. Tied to this. Thank you.
And just to come back to a question, I think Craig asked or Dave asked about sort of our Environmental Finance Center. And this relates to what Tim said about connecting with other programs at EPA. And Ellen, I'm coming to you. Is this something that you can already talk about, or do I have to wait until tomorrow on the EFC, the 2 additional EFCs that we're funding? So the reason that I wanted to have Ellen talk about the expansion of our Environmental Finance Center program is that under bill funding, there's going to be additional finance centers that are going to be set up. So the question that always comes up, and I think Tim mentioned this, is are there other programs within EPA, whether under bill or other, that we're actually creating other programs that could complement this? And I think this is one area where you directly asked about the Environmental Finance Center. There's actually going to be a big expansion of it. So can you talk about this already, or is it something that you need more time? All right, why don't you come in and just say something about this quickly?
So this is, for the record, this is Ellen Tarconio with the Water Finance Center. And I can share some information about the Environmental Finance Centers. We are primed to make a big announcement about them in the next coming weeks, but I can share what we can speak to at this point. Currently, we have 10 Environmental Finance Centers around the country. They serve each one of the different regions, and they have a multimedia focus. And so they cover a lot of different things, and they're sort of what we refer to as our traditional or our programmatic EFCs. And I know many of you have worked with them, and we've been really, really fortunate previously to have some of their members on the EFAB board. So you know that the quality of the work that they produce. We went out with a big announcement this spring, and it closed in July, to award approximately $100 million in new capacity. And that has $90 million in bill funding, and then 10 million or more in EPM based funding for those traditional multimedia EFCs. And I will say the multimedia EFCs do have a lot of overlap area. A lot of them do work on climate issues. A lot of them work on sort of some of the nexus of climate resiliency, air issues, and there is a huge focus across all of the different EFCs on environmental justice communities. The 90 million for the environmental justice, or the 90 million for the bill funded EFCs, is broken out into 2 different categories. One is regionally focused EFCs. So think about that same way we do the traditional EFCs. You know, we're looking to have at least one in each region that does focus on how they can use some of the bill money with that regional eye, specifically looking at disadvantaged communities. And then there's another sort of slug of EFCs. This is a very different approach. We're going to have national EFCs that will look at filling gaps, looking at different areas where maybe some of those regional EFCs aren't providing the resources that are needed. So that's the new approach. And again, the next couple of weeks, look for the announcements of who they are.
Great, thank you, Ellen. I just wanted all of you to kind of see what Tim was talking about in terms of other compatible programs that, as you look at the charge questions, I think that's something that is really worthwhile considering in not only refining the questions or deciding what to take on, but how to answer the questions, because there's also a different structure or model for this, which is a regional set of 10 regional programs, and now I suspect that there will be a couple of others. So you can see how that could be compatible with some thing that you might consider as well. So thank you.
May I mention 2 things? I just going back to the question on loans, Margot, I wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that this is an EPA grant program, that actually the grant funds from EPA can be used for sub-grants, loans, other forms of financial assistance, which the EFAB could help us define. Just wanted to make sure that we made it clear, just in case, although we might not be thinking about it this way, that this is not a loan program, it's a grant program. And then the other thing, talking about other programs that we should have mentioned, because we've been talking about the definition of low income and disadvantaged communities, but of course, not only environmental justice is a very important core priority of President Biden and Administrator Reagan, but also you all might be aware of our Justice 40 commitment that many agencies have adopted through relevant programs. So in looking at this environmental justice definitional issues, it would be great to also for you all to have that context of Justice 40 as a commitment that the administration has made. Of course, there are a lot of pieces in this program that speak to that, but I just wanted to flag that administration commitment as one more thing to take into account that's very important.
Just beyond the commitment there, I'm aware that CEQ has recently published guidance on Justice 40 that we can make sure that the board has and can incorporate in your consideration.
Gwen.
Gwen Yamamoto, Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority. Just a quick question going back to the accountability group of questions. So being that you're funded for administrative costs till 2031, can we assume that the compliance and reporting requirements will continue until 2031?
Yes. Although we don't know, I mean, there's obviously, we have grant regulations that will help us design what is the time frame of the grants, the relationship with the agency, which we hope to the extent that the EFAB would like to take this on this third bucket. We've had a lot of lively discussion before on the first and second buckets, but we can discuss more tomorrow. That would be one of those things that it would be helpful to inform EPA the time frame of those grants, but that's the expectation that actually grant administration will continue beyond 2024.
And I just want to add, just as from a EPA person, not just as a DFO, but you've heard throughout the day about accountability. And, you know, I think there is clearly going to be questions asked about what did we do with the funding? How did we spend it? And what results have we gotten in terms of greenhouse gas reductions? I think those are going to be questions that all of us are going to be accountable for answering. And I think this set of questions are really trying to get at that. And if you don't think that these get at that, I think that's where we need some feedback about what the right questions are and how would the committee advise EPA consider options for answering those questions. So, and I do have to agree with Tim and Ali that we didn't get a lot of feedback on this during the exploratory work group. So this one, I think we should warrant some discussion tomorrow.
All right. Tim, thank you so much. You made it through. Congratulations.
With 3 minutes.
With 3 minutes to spare. So I want to plant some seeds for folks to mull on overnight and coming into tomorrow's conversation. So of course, we're going to have a conversation about the questions themselves and refining and what have you. But I want to talk a little bit about the work itself and the timeline for you all, because we are also going to be asking for a call for folks to work on this tomorrow. Our hope is we have a good sense of that coming out when we leave at this topic at noon. So not fully decided, but for consideration, thinking about 3 subgroups organized along these 3 topics that we just went through today, that would have co-chairs and members that would meet like twice a week between now and mid-December. You're going to be really jamming on this. The co-chairs would come together weekly, a lot of interplay between these topics. And then a check-in with the board in that, what did we say? November
17th and then December
17th.
1st, 2 check-in
So
meetings.
2
with the board.
check-in meetings, because it's a lot, the full board may not work on these work groups because we've got the water things to talk about tomorrow too. So that's another thing to be thinking about overnight. Where do you want to plug in over the next 2 months? You want to do both, one, or the other? So it is a lot. Tomorrow, as we talk through the questions themselves, the extent to which we can narrow or combine or streamline will be helpful too. And then how we organize the work as you think about it overnight. If you have other suggestions or, talk to us tonight. That's kind of our best thinking at the moment as to how to organize it. We thought about, some of the other work groups that EFAB has had in the past where you had kind of a steering committee and subgroups. I think the OZ organized that way. But give us feedback on that because coming out of tomorrow, we'll want some volunteers and some agreement on how the work will be structured. And LA and Tim will be your partners.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's mission impossible. Your mission is you choose to accept it.
We'll be there with
Mission possible. Every step of the way, engaging with each of the groups and then the steering committee.
And I have at every turn asked LA and Tim to back out of this and asked them whether they would be committed because they themselves are committing to all of this. They're not committing to one group at a time, right? So, and it's going to be a real full out exercise. And I think the flip side of it, I always like to look at the positive side, which is, the administration and the agency is really working to ask you a very, very important question and really could determine the future in terms of what could happen in this space for us. And they're coming and asking you ground zero. They're not 10 steps ahead. And during the exploratory work group, there were some questions always about, well, can you make a decision on something? And I think Ellie and Tim have been very forthcoming about the fact that they are open and they would like to receive options from this group and with pros and cons and recommendations that the administrator could examine and make a decision. I think the agency is in search of great policy. Obviously, there's not going to be a black and white because there are balancing requirements, as Eric said. But it would be great to hear your thoughts about what are the different weights that we should put on these criteria that Congress put into the statute. And that's where they're very open and willing to work with all of you. So if you could just really, I urge you to consider this and even the folks who are interested in water, the only thing I will say, urge you to consider is that the water work is not going to be in the next 8 weeks. So it's not going to be this or that. I mean, you could do that as well. But this one, it's just, we've never done this level of work in this board within such a short period of time. And so I can't offer you anything extra, you know that. But I will say that this is just a huge deal, in my opinion, unprecedented question that's being asked and the work that's being asked of the committee. So.
Could I just say one more thing, which is thank you. It's been wonderful already engaging with everybody around the table. This has been a wonderful conversation. And I'm glad that you ended on a note of optimism that, this is a tremendous opportunity, not just for the agency or the EFAB, but this is $27 billion fund that to really create some transformational change for things we care about. And we want to make sure we do it in a very efficient, smart way. And that's why we're coming to you with these questions. But it's a tremendous opportunity and well-designed way. And really thank you for your counsel because we want to make sure it gets done right and can live up to its promise.
Thank you all for listening to us and look forward to the discussion tomorrow.
So we will now take a quick break and be back in 12 minutes. Okay, 1 minute, and we'll get started again. Okay, we're gonna get started again for the late afternoon session, and I'll turn it over to you, Carrie.
Great. This, this next part is the culmination of two work groups that have been going on for a while. The Opportunity Zone Work Group and the Pollution Prevention Work Group presented their final draft work product in the September meeting. So today for each group, we're gonna have the final presentation and a vote on the final product for approval and submission to EPA. So first, I'm gonna turn it over to Margot Kane and Bill Stanner, who will talk about the Opportunity Zone product. Who's going first?
Thanks, Carrie. I think if Bill's in the room, perhaps he could take the mic so it's easier for everyone to hear him.
Okay, well, just I think there is a little bit of an echo. But again, want to start off by thanking the Margot, particularly who took the rolled up her sleeves, did a lot of work on this, along with our two subgroups. So we had a very engaged working group to cover this issue, and really want to thank our clients with EPA and the assistance that they provided us, helping making sure that we were in alignment with what their expectations were for this. I think, as we discussed in our September meeting, one of the challenges we had is there's a little bit of uncertainty as to the evolution of opportunity zones in the coming months and years. And so, but as we looked at it and as we got information from the expert panel that provided some insights of people that have been involved with investing in opportunity zones, some of the challenges. And as we discussed this, and as evident in the final revised draft that is now before you, we identified a number of issues and recommendations that go beyond just opportunity zones, things that we've been talking about quite a bit today, areas where EPA can assist in pre-development efforts, or also in the capacity development and providing opportunities and funding for communities to help them think more strategically and long-term in all their elements of efforts that they have in dealing with making their communities a better place for all the residents and businesses, providing not only quality of life, but economic development opportunities as well. So I think the draft that is before you some updates that we provided, but nothing really significant. We appreciated the comments from our meeting in September. And then, so Margot, I think we can hear you a bit. So if you want to have a few things to add before we open it up for questions, I think from the group, see if there's any final questions or discussion before we go through the process of soliciting your votes of approval.
Sure. Thank you, Bill, and thank you to the work group and to Ed and Carrie and Michelle, who's joined, I see, which I'll hand it to her next. But I think it's been interesting to see how the thoughts that we landed on in this particular charge ladder in fairly directly to what we were just discussing on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, with some of the open questions, like aligning on definitions of low-income and disadvantaged communities, were things that we identified pertaining to the Oz charge as well. And I think because of the timing and impermanence around the Oz program, the determination that there's not highly, specific or urgent actions for the EPA to take, given, its present positioning in the marketplace and lack of linkages to private capital, made this an interesting exercise. But it seems like the EPA is already ahead of us in terms of how they're thinking about responding to some of the opportunities that the work group outlined in the letter. So that's been exciting to see. Yeah, it was exciting to work on this. And Michelle, is there anything that you'd like to add?
I'm not sure that Michelle is on the line, is she?
I can see her on the screen.
Michelle is the client.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm
Hi.
here. Yeah, really want to thank everyone for the opportunity to be a part of the EPA side of this. This has really been a really great educational opportunity. So this is Michelle Madeley with EPA. And the other thing I would just add, it sounds like this is relevant for multiple discussions that are going on. And I would just add that, especially with the bill-funded, bipartisan infrastructure law funded technical assistance effort, there's a lot of overlap with some of the recommendations provided. So just really appreciate this, and would welcome also John Grosshans or David Doyle to chime in on the EPA side, as this was really a collaborative EPA effort.
Thanks, Michelle. This is John Grosshans with EPA, and I'll echo my thanks to the group for putting so much time and effort into this assignment and really coming up with some constructive thoughts on how to move forward.
Yeah, thanks, John. This is David Doyle, Region 7. I don't really have anything to add to what either Michelle or John said. So thanks to the work group for helping us with this.
At this point, does anybody on the board have any questions or comments on the work product? For Margot and Bill? George?
In light of our discussion on greenhouse gas, I'm just wondering whether you guys have thoughts about definitions and or integration with the potential set of monies that are coming down. Is there an opportunity to integrate with the OZ activities?
We spent quite a bit of time on the definitional challenge, and the folks at the EPA were kind enough to bring in and share some of the resources in terms of how they've been thinking about it, as well as resources like the EJ screen and the like, and really trying to balance the desire for communities to be able to self-identify with the interest in aligning or integrating, as you said, but I think it's more of an alignment with other federally directed sources of funding that have high priority communities in mind. so there's a little bit of a nuance, I would say, from the EPA perspective, and our recommendation did not land at full alignment with, for example, what the Treasury or HUD's definition was, but more of a, you know, understanding of areas of overlap, which certainly exists in the case of opportunity zones, new markets, and other high priority areas that other agencies are funneling funding towards. And then on the greenhouse gas side, this is an explicit you know, focus for the EPA. So I imagine that work group will flesh that out in more detail.
And a good question, George. And I think it was an item that the groups did discuss quite a bit with regard to some of those definitionary elements that were important. But thinking back that the charge really focused on initially on opportunity zones, and those were all created at the state level. So the governors in each state could identify what those opportunity zone areas were and are. And so working within that, but we did recognize that there is some better work that needs to be done to provide more consistent definition of some of those elements, whether it be disadvantaged communities particularly, because there is still a variety of definitions across the states, but whether it be that things are moving as many states start to refine those efforts and learn from each other as well.
So if there are no additional questions, just as a matter of process, I would need someone to make a motion to approve and a second to bring it to a vote. This is a motion to approve the recommendation letter that will be sent on your behalf by the chair and Margot and Bill. I believe they're all signatories to this recommendation letter to the administrator. But what I would urge you to do is to make a motion to approve this recommendation letter, but giving Carrie to make the right to make editorial changes, because there may be some formatting or just minor editorial changes, giving her the authority to do that, and then sending it on. So that's what I recommend. So I would need someone to make a motion and a second and a vote.
Ed, this is Dave Zimmer for the record. I'll make the motion with potential edits by Carrie.
Oh, thank you, David. Second, Lori Collins. Thank you, Lori. So let's move to a show of hands. And if we don't get a clear indication, we'll do a roll call.
Yes, and after you do a show of hands, there is a actual form that you'll have to fill out in your packet to make it official afterwards. So just
digitally,
so you know.
For those virtually and in person.
Yes, everybody has a form.
Okay.
I believe. Yes, but as far as formality wise, we could just bring it to a vote by hand, and if we can't tell whether there's a majority or not, then we will need to go person by person.
Let's try. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Okay, there you go. Majority. Excellent. Congratulations, OZ work group. Margot, Bill, you did really a fantastic job. And I'm excited that we can leverage this work product for the upcoming things that we're working on. So thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on next to pollution prevention. And I'm going to turn it over to Ashley to lead us through that. Similar story, we discussed in September the final draft product, and we're going to be doing something similar that we just did with OZ.
Terrific. Thank you, Carrie and Ed and everyone. I'm very happy to be able to bring this to a vote today. It's been I felt like it was a swift process, sort of a 1-year process for a charge. I realize we're looking at an 8-week process, so roll up the sleeves further apparently. But I wanted to, as I begin, just point out a few ideas that I've heard several times today already, and particularly with Margot and Bill and their team's work. I think there are some really critical concepts that I keep hearing in this work that we're all doing, and one is enabling conditions. A second one is shovel ready, which was some side conversations we had, and then sort of risk reduction mechanisms. And I think those are three really critical finance concepts that have come out in both of these products, and I imagine will come out in the work we do on greenhouse gas too. So in this work group, I'm going to just talk quickly about our approach, because I think we thought about both approach and content, right? Process and content in doing this. And so our approach, as Carrie has alluded to, was to engage a diverse set of experts. So our sort of considering ourselves as experts, but also in engaging others, even perhaps more importantly, and tapping our networks on some really specific questions, and to move pretty quickly, which I think a year was relatively fast for this charge. And then also just to have actionable items that our EPA team could execute on during this calendar year's grant cycle. So they're getting ready to implement what we're recommending, assuming you all buy off on it today. They're going to implement that in this next round of working with their grantees and their programs. So all of those things were pretty exciting. And we specifically did not look to create a white paper, right? And did not look to create a long document. So that's sort of process approach. We had a small but mighty team of Carrie and I, along with Stacy Brown, Craig Rinkovich, and Chris Meister, who is no longer on the board, but was on the board for the 6 years, I think, preceding this work, and was hugely helpful because he knew what he was doing, as opposed to when I got started and felt like it was a new arena. But yeah, again, you can see in the documents the list of experts that we were able to pull in and ask very concrete questions of. Some really fantastic experts. And so we fundamentally have three recommendations to EPA, one around the P2 grant program strategies, around focusing the next round of grantees in arenas where there's expertise in finance specifically. So making that a sort of defined objective of the next round of grantees, so that it's integrated into the programmatic capacity that the P2 program is supporting. And the second major recommendation is just around education and training strategies. So this gets back to the issue of technical expertise. And we really felt that there was an opportunity to use case studies, existing case studies, emerging case studies, and in a new way with P2 grantees and with collections of people working on P2 issues. So using, rather than what we thought about doing, recommending training modules, if you will, that would be around discrete expertise, but then at the end of the day, we scrapped that and we said, wait a minute, that's clunky. Let's really focus this recommendation on case studies and bringing people together around actual situations that have existed and the factors that made those situations either succeed or fail. And hopefully that will be an exciting way for David and his group to move forward with some of their education and training work. And then just this, I think, age-old in private finance, at least, notion of risk reduction mechanisms. So the most obvious of those is loan guarantees, but there are a whole slew of risk reduction mechanisms that we talked about in the process. Technology certification programs, underwriting standards, other priority interventions that would hone in on specific sectors and the unique requirements of those sectors, or risks and risk reduction mechanisms in specific sectors. And then the exploration of use of existing and new credit enhancement. And I think that's something that has a lot of resonance around this table, because a lot of us are aware of how first loss first loss pools or loan guarantees or other sort of structures at the, I don't know what we call it, the top or the bottom of the capital stack. I think of it as the bottom of the highest risk capital. If we can take that off the table, or that if we can put capital into that highest risk zone, it provides a lot of opportunity for additional capital to come in. And that's relevant to what Margot and Bill said, relevant to the work we did, and it'll be relevant to the GHG conversation as well. So I would just encourage anyone that wants to dig deeper into this work to reference a lot of materials that Tara and Andrew and the team at EPA did an extraordinary job pulling together, and are all linked on an EPA website that's referenced in the document. And yeah, it's just a really great exercise. And we had a very, I'd say, interactive, fluid conversation with our fluid work process with David Wadowski and Allison and his team at EPA. And I think that's something that we can carry forward into the GHG work as well. So you may have some other comments, Craig, or Stacey, if you have other comments that you'd like to add.
Yeah, sure. Stacey Brown, Freeburg Environmental, for the record. Yeah, I think one of the things that I took away from this in particular was focusing on specific industries where we could develop underwriting standards around specific waste streams, so that it was easier to identify technology that would have the highest impact to affect P2 projects. And I think listening to some of the experts that we had who had actually implemented a number of different solutions, that really shone through, because this project and the GHG project, I think in particular, has potential to try to boil the ocean. And I think trying to narrow down the focus into some very specific areas will be essential to making sure that P2 gets off the ground and is able to go forward. And from what we can learn in smaller industries or specific industries, we can then export to other industries down the road. So almost in a sense, and it's not the goal of the project, but almost in a sense, it was an incubator to determine what works. And then once we find out what works, we can expand it to other industries. So I think that was one of the takeaways that I had from this project. Turn it over to Craig.
Craig Rinkovich, Baird, for the record. I think that it was a nice evolution of not knowing where we were going to end up and starting out in the process with deciding on the forums as a method to execute our work group. Work was somewhat new to EPA and EFAB, and I think it's a model for future potential work groups to look at and execute with that method. So it was a team effort, and I thank Carrie and Ash for the work they did and for the guidance as co-chairs. Thank you.
And I see Allison's on. Yes, exactly. The line. You may, Allison, tell us what you think.
Hey
Allison's our
everyone.
client.
Yeah, hey everyone. Thank you so much on behalf of the Pollution Prevention Program and our Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention. We are so excited to dive in more and begin to communicate this with our grantee technical assistance providers in the states and their business clientele. We have a meeting of those grantee technical assistance providers that are currently a part of our grantee family in December, and we are rolling out new grants with some new funding in the coming years that these will be really helpful lessons learned to grow. We look forward to reporting back to you all on how it's going, because we'd love to stay in touch. Really, again, appreciate Ashley. So fun to work with you and your team. And we suspect that we'll come back to the EFAB. And I think what I'm really excited about is that this work, as you mentioned, can be a model for other EFAB efforts in substance and in process. So thanks for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Allison. It was really fun to work with you and David and your team.
And I'll just make one last point. I loved how we brought in expertise from the community development finance world as folks kind of on the leading edge of underwriting hard things and giving us models to think about how you do this by sector, by region, through various trade associations. And again, very applicable to this next set of conversations we'll be having around water and greenhouse gas reduction funds. So it was a great project. Lori, I see you have a question.
Lori Collins, Collins Climate Consulting for the record. I just had a question just on the recommendation of the first focus the P2 grant program. Could you elaborate a little on where it says within a priority business segment, what the prioritization process is, or how a business segment is determined as being a priority?
Sure. So for example, the P2 program has 7 different priority sectors. I believe it's 7. I don't have is that right, Allison? 7 priority industry sectors. So aerospace, defense, food manufacturing, et cetera. So geographically and by sector, there are some really interesting opportunities to pull together grantee resources and financial services providers and nonprofits, et cetera, within a geography, within a sector to execute on these programs. And I think the CDFI sector does a really good job of that.
As well as some of the state financing authorities.
As well as some of the state financing authorities, as well as some of the nonprofit collective action models. And I think that as Stacy said, using that model as a template for how to roll out these or how to advance P2 programs in a way that enables them to coalesce more capital.
And I would add that a lot of the focus was the SME side of a lot of these operations where they don't particularly have funds available to make equipment upgrades that are going to have an impact. And I think, we took a lot of direction from David and Allison in that regard. And looking at specific industries like the automotive parts industry is a good example where they may use certain types of solvents where solvent recovery is very achievable, and the technology is available, and it's not complicated, it's easy to implement. And those kinds of things, I think, drove the conversation and made it a lot easier for us to really focus in on certain industries, so certainly with the guidance of our client.
Other questions or commentary from the board? Seeing none, similarly, we'll need a.
Yeah, I do have, no, I was just gonna comment. Yeah, just to say that Ashley, and the group, this was an amazing, from a DFO perspective, amazing process that you guys ran. We've always had clients like Allison and David who were really engaged with us, but I think you guys took it to another level on this project. And the other reason that I want to thank everyone is that I think because of the pandemic, you guys turned our reliance on our virtual meetings to a new level. So the whole idea of turning those meetings into webinars and identifying experts, and I think that, like someone said, that's going to serve as a model for us going forward. So I just want to thank everyone for just being creative and incredibly energetic about this and finishing running fast into the tape at the end here. So thank you for that.
You won't hold the record long for the fastest
Yes.
work product.
Apparently not.
Yeah, so I think it's again the same process. My recommendation again is the same motion, which would give Carrie some latitude, not substantive latitude, but latitude to make edits and changes, and then sending the letter on your behalf with Ashley and Carrie as signatories to the letter. So
can we have a motion?
We have a motion.
Eric?
To approve just as Ed said.
Just as Ed said.
Yeah.
Excellent. And can we have a second?
Is that formal?
Yes, that was formal enough.
Second.
Who got there first? Craig, George. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys can all have.
Yeah, you can all fight, duke it out. I said Craig, so Craig, great. Show of hands, all in favor of approving the P2 recommendation letter? Aye. All right, excellent. Congratulations, P2, great job. Thank you for your innovations on the format of the work product. And we should say some of the work product was the actual interactive sessions themselves, not just the rec letter, which is great.
So if you can't find a Netflix, as I said, go on the EPA website and watch the webinars.
Watch the webinars. Thank you. I think we're running a little bit ahead of schedule.
But I think we
Do we have folks on the line?
I think we have speakers are they online as well as 2 in the room, right? Okay, so I will leave it to you on.
Do we have our first one? Okay, so should we do the folks in the room first? Yep. Why don't we do that? Are we gonna?
So those of you on the virtual participation, we're gonna go with the commenters in the room first, and we'll have the commenters move to the front of the room. And yes, there's actually
there's seats
there.
right
There are actually
there.
seats for commenters, and
You have a camera. Great. Okay, we are going to start with Dave Harris from the Colorado Clean Energy Fund, who will be speaking on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and a plan for a national green bank. And give us 1 second. We have a 3-minute window. Are you ready? Yep. Okay, great. Over to you.
Thank you, Karen. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dave Harris. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Colorado Clean Energy Fund. We are a nonprofit climate first organization that is set out to help the state of Colorado achieve its climate goals. We're fundamentally designed to fill the funding gaps that may be preventing clean energy projects from happening in the state, and we do this through the Green Bank model. I'm representing Colorado Clean Energy Fund today, but I'm also here on behalf of the American Green Bank Consortium. As some of you know, this is a collective of over 20 green banks, capital providers, developers, and other clean energy supporters who are working together to expand and accelerate the innovative clean energy investment happening across the country. I'm here to speak directly to the $27 billion appropriated to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. This initiative signifies a historic moment in our country in the fight to combat climate change. The organizations within the American Green Bank Consortium, including our own at Colorado Clean Energy Fund, are uniquely positioned to readily deploy the $27 billion. It's our hope that this board will provide its recommendation to the EPA to capitalize a national green bank. This is an entity that will operate as a single nonprofit financial institution and will allow for many organizations to benefit from the $27 billion and in turn allow organizations like ours to mobilize and leverage a much larger pool of private capital. As Kevin to my left will share here shortly, and as he articulated in his written statement submitted to this board on October 11th, quote, capitalizing a single entity that is a national green bank is essential to meeting the stated purpose of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and is key to ensuring the rapid deployment of funds to communities across the country, in particular low-income and disadvantaged communities. While the time today won't allow for examples across the entire country, I can at least speak to a couple of shovel-ready programs here in Colorado where funds could be applied rapidly to benefit disadvantaged communities. We have a program involving a significant number of cooperative electric utilities that will serve homeowners and renters in disadvantaged communities and provide them access to solar and other energy efficiency measures. We could readily deploy between $75 and $100 million through this program. In affordable housing, we have a number of projects queued up across the rural parts of our state and disadvantaged, pollution vulnerable communities in metro regions to provide for access to energy efficient equipment and renewable energy. We can readily deploy over $50 million to those projects in the near term. We have equipment replacement programs, community solar, transportation electrification, many other programs that are queued up that could also apply funds quickly. These are just a small handful of examples, but there's no shortage of demand. To meet this national demand, we would again like to recommend the capitalization of a single national green bank to streamline the process of accessing and deploying the funds outlined in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Right on time. Excellent. We'll move next to Kevin Manoli from Alston and Bird, who will also speak on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me sit in today. And sure thing. Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me sit in today, and I've been the guy in the back of the room there all afternoon or in the morning. This morning, Robin Morris Collins talked about this, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, as a transformational amount of money, and it really is. It is from a climate change perspective. It is going to do more to fight climate change than any other investment we've made. And from a community perspective, it has the potential, if we do it right, to bring communities forward that we have always been leaving behind over the course of the last few decades of this work. And so it can seem overwhelming. And the charge questions that you've heard today, there's a lot of them. There's a number of different nuances to it. My ask is that you think about the possibility that maybe it's not as complicated as it seems like it could be. Congress laid out a pretty clear vision for how to make this work and how to do it on a faster time frame than it would be if we did this in the same way that EPA has approached grants in the past. And that's to capitalize a single national entity who is then obligated to spend that money and spend those resources that they're given to then spread that money around and to invest that money into other entities. That can either happen, from EPA giving grants to all those entities, which will take a long time, or it can happen more rapidly if it's given to a centralized non-governmental institution that can be governed by the terms and conditions of the grant, that can control what they do with it. And they can do that a lot more rapidly if they are in fact given that money at the outset. It's also important because I would ask you to be open to the possibility that it's the better and more effective way to reach the communities that this money is intended to reach. We've heard about the concern that a lot of low and middle income environmental justice communities maybe do not have the capacity to have, file grant applications right away. But I think if there's going to be a number of communities that are not going to have that capacity in 18 months when this money has to have been spent. There's an shelf life of this money, and there's going to be a lot of communities that are still not going to be ready to file that application. And the beauty is that Congress actually recognized that when it wrote this law, and it gave the power and the responsibility of this entity that is intended to be the National Green Bank to then work with those entities that are not yet ready, to invest in them before they could ever be able to submit a successful application to a federal grant program, to invest in them, to work with them, to establish them, and to give them money long before that they could ever get it another way. And so there's a lot of power to this. And so it seems like giving it to one entity is going to be exclusionary, but I ask you to think about the possibility that's actually the best way to expand the pie and expand the number of people who are going to get access to this money, and to do it more rapidly than we otherwise could. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I think we're going to move online next to Adam Kent from Natural Resources Defense Council, who will speak to Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund design and implementation. Adam?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to provide comments. My name is Adam Kent, and I'm the Senior Advisor in NRDC's Green Finance Center, where we focus on the critical role public and private finance can play in the shift to a greener and more prosperous and equitable economy. We've submitted some more detailed comments in writing. So during this time, I'm just going to limit our comments to kind of the first two buckets of EFAB's charge. First, in regards to program objectives, we strongly encourage EPA to prioritize low-income and disadvantaged communities and households throughout this program. Focusing on these sectors, EPA can help accelerate investments in communities that the private market does not broadly serve. And it has the potential not only to deliver more equitable environmental and economic outcomes, but it can also fulfill key additionality, market transformation, and market creation principles. Beyond the dollars focused on the place-based, low-income, and disadvantaged communities, EPA should structure and award the unrestricted $12 billion portion with a priority towards low-income access. We recommend considering that this $12 billion pot as people-based funds following similar justice, 40, and additionality principles. Finally, EPA should prioritize community engagement and outreach in both the development of the application and in the awarding of the funds. In our written comments, we've provided some potential routes for EPA to consider. Ultimately, any awardee should demonstrate a proven track record and commitment to working alongside low-income and disadvantaged communities, as well as environmental and energy justice organizations. In regards to the second charge around program structure, when thinking about fund structuring eligible recipients and projects, we encourage EPA to consider 4 key deployment objectives: speed, equity, flexibility, and collaboration. To meet those objectives, the fund should primarily route clean energy investments through existing mission-driven institutions and platforms. These entities should have a demonstrated track record of successfully deploying capital in low-income and disadvantaged communities, either directly or through their networks. These institutions and platforms, such as CDFIs, HFAs, PHAs, established green banks, as well as associations of community-based lenders, can all deploy capital quickly to projects in areas that have thus far been overlooked in our country's clean energy transition. With access to fund capital and technical assistance, lenders can adjust and complement existing loan products and significantly leverage outside private capital. EPA should define clear impact standards and metrics for awardees, and awardees should prioritize meaningful improvements to the lived experience of marginalized and disadvantaged communities through their investments. Also, EPA should afford flexibility to established institutions regarding how financing products are designed, how customers are solicited, and how funds are ultimately deployed in projects and technology. Finally, EPA should encourage established institutions to partner and collaborate on applications. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund will be most successful in accelerating an equitable clean energy transformation if institutions with diverse sets of expertise, geographic focus, and sector experience can work together to efficiently and equitably deploy capital. Thanks so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Adam, for your comments. And last, we'll move to Gregory Baird, aging water infrastructure topic. It's a long topic, building capacity and affordability via OpEx grants, SaaS technologies and infrastructure asset management requirements, ESG concerns and watershed, sewershed, ad hoc, regionalization, one water co-ops. Woo. Okay, over to you, Gregory.
Okay, thank you so much. And I hope everybody can really recognize your time, resources, and expertise on the EFAB panel. You're looking for solutions for very, very complex issues. There's not always a right answer. I serve on a number of committees, American Water Works Association, Water Environment Federation, American Public Works Association, American Society of Civil Engineers, and the Government Finance Officers Association. And I'm seeing a lot of obstacles of good utility management and cost efficiencies, especially when they focus on, say, water and sewer utilities. Now, EFAB, as an advisory committee, I think has the ability to be able to address some of the statutory obstacles that, are, I think, very limiting for a lot of the EJ and Justice 40 programs. Utilities face many financial obstacles, many of which are the OPEX, operations and maintenance side of the budget. The EPA's funding most of the time is only focused on CAPEX, the brick and mortar capital projects. So it's really that here we're dealing with the 50-year Clean Water Act, but we're over 20-year-old Treasury legacy wording of construction of publicly owned treatment plants and other things that are really hampering some of the drinking water and the clean water SRF funding. So first of all, I would like to say, can the EPA and state revolving funds broadly be applied to, say, SaaS type of products, many of which are directly tied to immediate capital projects, but digital technologies must be funded and applied to address aging infrastructure, workforce issues, sustainability, and affordability issues. So some of that old legacy language in the statutes is really hindering our ability to be able to leverage artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital twins, and many capital platforms that are packaged as annual subscriptions that are really requiring OPEX, that operating budget planning and approvals. And I'm seeing a higher cost for utilities, by 20 to 30% of having something that could be easily done as a SaaS program that now needs to get put in as a capital project. And the very small utilities, they don't even have that capacity. So it influences capacity building as well as increasing cost by always trying to turn everything into a brick and mortar capital project. So that's where I do not see that we're really able to push out and address effectively some of this funding down to these very small field crews where we have some of these different technologies that they could apply. When I was a CFO for Colorado's third largest water utility, water sewer storm, I found that it was actually easier to do a capital project versus an operational budget because there was something else that needed to get into that line to be able to justify that money. Some of the other comments that I had, is funding building capacity by adding FTEs focused in these different areas, as well as even a regional water sewer shed co-ops to be able to have another mechanism for states to be able to get groups together to be able to share some of their knowledge and information. So I do have a number of different comments, but that's just really at a high level is I would plead with the EFAB to be able to make a recommendation to change some of that statutory language to allow O&M and money and technology funding to be able to get and help some of these low-income communities and smaller utilities that we are focused on. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory, for your comments. That concludes the verbal comments for today. We will have 2 more tomorrow. In your package, there are also written submissions of comments for your consideration. And for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund comments, verbal and written, you should consider those once we vote on and accept a charge and the work begins. And with that, is there anything else for today, Ed?
Nope. I think we had a very, very productive day.
We did. We covered a lot.
Yes, we did. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for your engagement, those virtually and those here in the room. For those of you that are coming to dinner, we look forward to seeing you tonight. And then we'll be back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you all.
And that concludes today's proceedings. Thank you.
Thanks you.
Please take snacks, cookies,